Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go ahead and call this regularly scheduled June 13th City Commission meeting to order. I do have a couple of changes on the agenda before I ask for a motion to approve. First, I'd like to move the PTSD proclamation under consent. I'm going to put a different proclamation in its place, and then I'm going to pull the item 4 on presentations off for now, the Emily Jackson sponsorship. So with those two changes, could I have a motion to approve the agenda as it was published? So I have a motion from Commissioner Martin, a second from Commissioner Coleman. He said it there, he got it out. Any comments or questions on the motion on the floor from the dais? Yep, we got 3 or 4 seats right up here in the front. Come on down. Don't be shy. Any questions or comments on the motion on the floor from the public? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. We'd like to invite Pastor Marcia Lee to the podium to give tonight's invocation. Reverend, Mrs. Reverend, if you would please rise for the invocation, remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, which will follow.
Most gracious Father, we thank you for this day, and we thank you for this commission, the mayor, the city manager, and God, the people that are here today, the citizens. God, we ask you to let this meeting go to your plan. God, we ask you to just continue to put your hands on this city, God. Continue to strengthen the minds of your people, God, as we continue to go forward, God. God, continue to bless us and guide us, God. And as they meet here tonight, God, let them be mindful who you are, and God, let them do what you would do. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Chief Buckner, in recognition of your limited time with us, would you come down and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And don't go too far, Chief. The first presentation we have tonight is also in recognition of Chief Buckner's limited time left here with the city of Newberry. So you'll forgive the ruse there a little bit. We wanted to make sure he didn't abandon us and not show up tonight. No, Chief, it's been wonderful working with you. I know the commission feels the same way. We started off together coming out of a little bit of a rocky era, and you pulled us out of that, and you reestablished faith in the fire department. You've been a source of pride for the community, and that's a tough thing to accomplish in the moment that you had to step into, and you rose to the occasion. And I can't think of somebody who could have done what you did for the fire department and for the community like you were able to do. So we appreciate it. Whereas we are here today to express our appreciation to Chief Ben Buckner and honor him for his distinguished 28-year career with the city of Newberry and dedicated service to the residents of Newberry. And whereas Chief Buckner began his career with the City of Newberry Fire Department on August 29, 1994 as a part-time firefighter and became a full-time firefighter in May of 1996. And whereas Ben was promoted to captain in February 2003, promoted to interim fire chief in February 2014, and earned the position of fire chief on November 18, 2014. Whereas during Chief Buckner's tenure, he was instrumental in the expansion and renovation of the city's fire station, renewal and replacement of the fire department's aging fleet, negotiations with the Alachua County Fire Department for placement of an ambulance in the city of Newberry, and the fire services agreement. And whereas Chief Buckner's service extends well beyond the fire department and he is well respected by the community, these years of service have been marked by exemplary dedication to the best interests of the community. And whereas Ben has worked constantly for the betterment of the Newberry Fire Department, which contributes to the health, safety, and comfort of this community, his colleagues know him as a loyal coworker and friend who takes great pride in his work and in this community, and who is always ready to lend a helping hand when needed. And whereas on behalf of the entire City Commission and the residents of the City of Newberry, I want to express our sincere appreciation to Ben for his loyalty to the City of Newberry and wish him much happiness as he begins this exciting new chapter in his life. I urge all residents and employees to join me in the City Commission in congratulating Chief Buckner on an outstanding career with the City of Newberry and wishing him many continued years of happiness and good health. Now, therefore, I, Jordan Marlowe, Mayor of the City of Newberry, and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim Thursday, June 17th, 2022 has been Buckner Day in the city of Newberry, and witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand this 13th day of June 2022. Scott, jump in there with us.
I got an 8-inch block for me.
Thank you, sir.
Bring him after lunch and we won't double credit.
Okay, all right. You know, I appreciate the kind words, and, you know, I'm humbled and blessed to have served the citizens of Newberry. I swore we weren't going to do it. But, it's bittersweet. But I couldn't have asked for better commission to work for. The support that we've had has been outstanding, and I thank you. The folks that I work with at the fire department, we don't always see eye to eye, but that's family, and that happens. But I've told the city manager on more than one occasion, there's nobody that's as good or better than what they do. I've told this commission I'd put them up against anybody in the country, and I mean that. But I'm thankful. I appreciate it. The city has become essentially my hometown, and I'm gonna miss it. And it is bittersweet, but I am looking forward to retirement and spending time with my family. But again, I thank you, and I'm humbled. Thank you.
Yeah, he does.
It'll be the first. Before you go, Ben, does anybody else want to say
Thank
anything?
you for what you did for all those years, Ben. Chief, you led it and you got it. So you got something proud to look forward to on your journey. Enjoy your retirement and your family.
Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Commissioner.
Chief, what a great job you done, and it was just, especially when I came in as a new commissioner and all that was going on, and you just took the bull by the horns and just made it what it is now, and man, I hate to see you go.
All right, Commissioner.
Simply put, Chief, we're better having you in our lives. Thank you.
Well, tell your wife how much we appreciate you, her sharing you with us. Did I cut somebody off, Commissioner? Go
Yeah, I
ahead.
just want to thank you, sir, and it's been an absolute pleasure working with you, and You've got a lot of things accomplished while you were here, and the city of Newberry will benefit for many, many years because of you. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for voting for the fire system.
Miracle!
Yeah, till next year.
And I convinced Commissioner Maison to go ahead and give us the nightly joke ahead of time.
No, you did not.
Just in honor.
But Ben, thank you for all the information. I haven't been here long on the commission, but me and Ben have history. And so I'll see you again. And enjoy your time with the family. And you already know I love you, buddy.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. All right. We have a lot of great stuff here to recognize tonight. The second thing is recognizing Newberry's, I'm going to pronounce this wrong, Hippolyta Company for being named, Hippolyta? Hippolyta. Named the 10 world's fastest growing gator business in 2022. Brian, give us an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There we go. So, located in Newberry, Hippolyta is an e-commerce-based wholesale and drop shipping company specializing in home decor and personalized gifts. Their website has become an online leader in design, production, and fulfillment of custom merchandise that is quickly delivered to the consumer. Owners Mary and Lamp live in Newberry and chose to locate their business here. We're of course glad that they did. Hippolyta was named the number 10 world's fastest growing gator business in 2022. Gator 100 each year, the Gator 100 recognizes the world's fastest growing gator businesses owned or led by UF alumni. It's measured by Ernst & Young, an independent accounting firm, the Gator 100 since the program began in 2015, and which verifies that financial information submitted by each of the company and calculates the rankings based on the compound annual growth rate over the past 3 years. So out of the hundreds of businesses that have been created by UF alumni, they measure the top 10 every year, and we got the number 10 in the entire world, right here.
Nice.
In the city of Newberry.
Nice. All right. Woo! Are the owners here? Could we come introduce yourselves to us and tell us a little bit? Put you on the spot. We like to.
Oh, is this 20 questions?
Yes, yeah.
What you got?
What's your favorite color?
Navy blue.
Oh, that's really close. Panther color is blue and gold, and the Gator's blue. So you're in the realm. You're in the shade. Wonderful.
I'll have to be orange.
Yeah.
Somewhere in there. We're gonna mess it up.
Number 10 fastest. That's amazing. We're really super proud of you.
We were very surprised.
Yeah.
It's a humbling experience.
Well, that is truly wonderful, and we're expanding right here in the city of Newberry, and our team here is wonderful.
Stay here in town.
That's great, and clearly Tony has a daily interaction.
Part of our team.
Yeah, if he ever starts to stumble, just blame him, right? Just blame him.
When the shipment starts
Yeah.
to arrive, we know
Yeah. Well, thank you guys for coming here tonight and being such an amazing business, a source of pride for the community. We appreciate you and love to see you around town. Maybe we'll get the chamber to do a little event over with you guys. Yeah. All right.
Thanks.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I was just wondering, where do you sell your products, or how do people buy them? Or
Online. So everything is online. So
do you have your own website, or you sell them through Amazon? Or
So we do Amazon, Etsy, Zulily, Wayfair, David's Bridal, and on our own website. And so
okay.
You have to forgive Commissioner Farnsworth.
Yeah.
He's from a different generation. You got to explain to him it's the interweb. Right? He'll figure it out eventually. I'm going to just break in 1 second.
Customer comment?
Yeah, please.
Okay. My
It has to be 5 stars.
I'd like to introduce you guys to myself. I'm Janine Marinac. I know I've never met any of you, but I am a customer of the lamps in Hippolyta, and one of the things they specialize in is custom framed artwork, signage. And so when one of my friends adopted, they made 2 signs, one for the adoption ceremony and one for the child's bedroom forever. And awesome artwork, awesome turnaround, awesome people, awesome company.
That is great. That is great. And I want to interrupt the agenda because I should have asked Ben on his way out to introduce our new fire chief. Mike, will you want to come up and?
Public announcement.
Okay, that's fine.
We can do it now.
No.
Through with this one.
No. Any other comments for the lamps? We appreciate you guys coming down here. I want to go get a custom frame now. Yeah, let us know how to do that. It's the interweb, Monty. It's the interweb. We'll find it out. All right, and next we want to recognize Jim Fleming and Tropic Traditions for being a recipient of the Florida Farm Bureau and Swanee River Partnership County Alliance for Responsible Environmental Stewardship. This is the CARES Award. This is very prestigious, and I was devastated that I couldn't be there that night, but I appreciate Commissioner Clark and Coleman for going in my stead. Brian, give us a little bit about what this award is in the company.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, we have
That is great. Can you come on down here, sir? Ms. Fleming, I got the opportunity to take a tour of your facility, and I was blown away. I was absolutely blown away. So I appreciate you coming here tonight and letting us honor you like this and recognize what you're doing and the award you got.
Here in Newberry, an agricultural business, and we want to do our best to protect the environment, and we'll have a great support staff. Mr. Guy Hunt and his son Barrett here to work with me and help with all the water on the farm. Make sure we do get the right, drip irrigation, micro irrigation, all of our BMPs that we implement. And thank you, Commissioner Coleman and Commissioner Clark, for attending the event. Sorry you couldn't come, but
he don't get to go next year.
No, I'm going again.
We said when the mayor
He
just missed that.
They're gonna not get the invitation next year. It'll be lost in the mail. Right? I know the guy that'll lose it, so we'll fall off the truck.
Thank you very much.
No, we appreciate you.
Recognition for you too.
Yeah, we'll have the signs up they're working on now.
That's.
In fact, we work with your people on Welcome to Newberry sign there.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I tell you, any night where we get to recognize the Lamps for being in the top 10, you guys for winning a statewide prestigious award, I tell people all the time that Newberry boasts some of the best and brightest businesses around, and you guys are living proof. So we appreciate you so much for what you're doing day to day, 24/7. You just bring so much pride into our community.
Thank you. Thank you.
And you're hiring locals. I had the pleasure of teaching that young man back there. Yeah. Everything he knows, he learned from somebody else. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. And Mike, since we erased one thing off of presentations, why don't we introduce our new chief to everybody in town now? Yeah, drum roll, please.
Absolutely. To make this announcement. So when Ben announced his retirement, he gave us plenty of time to go out and find what we always attempt to find, and that's best and the brightest, best in class. And Mr. Mayor, we did a worldwide search for a new fire chief. Is that right? Yep. Okay, US-wide, but it was a countrywide search for a new fire chief. Understand from Brian that we got from Dallas, we got something just short of 50,000 applications, or 50, something just short of 50 applications. That's a lot of applications to go through. And we interviewed people from Minnesota, from Maine, from the Midwest, and a lot from in Florida. And as it turns out, Mr. Mayor, the best candidate to lead our fire department was working right here in Alachua County, living in Marion County, working right here in Alachua County. And he came, applied, interviewed for the job, and it was pretty clear early on that he was going to be a great fit for the city of Newberry. He brings a lot of experience from Texas. And he was a fire chief in Texas, spent a lot of time in Arlington, Texas, at the home of the Dallas Cowboys, who's been all through their stadium. The Texas Rangers been through their stadium. So when we're having those big Friday night football events, we're going to know all the protocol to have in place to make sure that our football stadium is as safe as it can be. But he's got great skills dealing with team for as much as I guess it started with Chief Sewell, created a great fire department here in Newberry, Florida, and we were leading edge for a community our size. And then Chief Buckner took it that much further forward. And today, I tell you today that our fire department is uncommon for a community of 8,000 people, and it really is. We're peerless, and I have every expectation that Chief Vogel will do the exact same thing for our fire department during his tenure here. Very excited to have him on board, so I'd like to introduce Chief Mike Vogel.
Well, thank y'all for having me. I look forward to meeting each and every one of you and developing a relationship over the years. I got some big shoes to fill, obviously, with Chief Buckner, so I'll do my best. And I've already got 27 years in the fire service, so I don't know if I'll be here 28. That'll be pushing it. 25 will be fine. I'd like to thank Mr. New for giving me the opportunity to come here and be a part of the community. As soon as he made the offer, my wife found a house right down here off of 255th and 5th Avenue, so we'll be living right here in town, real close. I feel it's kind of the right thing for me to do, so I'm going to get out of Marion County and come here and be a part of this community right here. I look forward to a really long, prosperous career, and yes, I'm a Dallas Cowboy freak, so just you got to bear with me. I love them.
We ain't got a professional team here, so don't worry about it.
All right.
Well, the manager said that you went through the stadium.
University status, so I just got to tell you that.
Yeah.
You're going to have to go with the Gators.
Yeah, we can go with the Gators. I had the opportunity to work a few games over there too, so it's been enjoyable. I've been in the county about 3 years.
Okay.
I was a fire chief in Paris, Texas for a while, and then I retired out of Arlington, Texas, where I did 21 years there. It's been a great career. I got a pretty big family. Got 4 kids still in the house. I can't get rid of them.
Wow. All right.
So I'll be here a while.
Yes, right.
They range from 9 to 23. So 23 years gone. He's in England. He's in the Air Force. So, but I really look forward to working with y'all and taking this place to great heights.
We love it. We love it. Well, welcome to Newberry.
All right.
Thanks for
Thank
joining
you.
the community. We appreciate you. Ladies and gentlemen, what I'd like to do is let's do our public announcements, and then while we have the lamps right and Mr. Flynn is still here, maybe we can take a 5-minute recess. We can get some pictures with you guys to celebrate, and then as in that interim, as a special reward, we'll let you guys leave too, so you don't have to stay for all the other stuff. So, but let's do public announcements first. So if you got a public announcement, we give you 2 minutes at the beginning of the meeting to introduce yourself to us. If you need something a little more controversial, we have public announcements at the end of the night. You have 5 minutes also. Welcome, sir. Come on down. Don't be shy.
I'm on the uncontroversial side of this.
Uncontroversial, perfect.
So I'm Brandon Peters. I'm from Williston, down in Levy County, and I'm running for the Florida Legislature in House District 22. Now, Levy County in its entirety has always been a part of House District 22. But the western half of Alachua County and all of Gilchrist County has been drawn into 22 under the new map. So I'm running, and I'd like to just be polite, stop by, and thank the mayor and the commission for allowing me just a couple of minutes to tell you who I am. I'm a lawyer. Hi, Scott. I've been practicing law for 30 years, and what can you count on me if I get to Tallahassee? What can you count on me for? Well, I'm a big proponent of home rule. I think it's silly that Tallahassee has a one-size-fits-all approach, telling cities like this one which trees they can trim and when and how they can license food trucks, whether you can regulate smoking, whether or not you can use a particular sunscreen or drinking straw. That's silliness. There's no reason a senator in Sarasota County or a House member from Key West should have an opinion on how y'all run your government. I truly believe that the best government is the government closest to the people, and the folks who make the rules ought to be the ones who know the neighborhoods the best, and that's you all. The other thing is you can count on me to oppose bad bills. You know, I come from a county that has a lot of springs, and just like Gilchrist has a lot of springs, and there's beautiful springs in Alachua County. I would have opposed Senate Bill 2508. That was the bill that gave developers a pay-to-play right where they could pay the FDEP money and get their licenses expedited. I would have voted against that bill. What happens when we have things like that? You have companies like Nestle being allowed to pump 1 million gallons of water out of the Santa Fe River every single day and sell it back to us. Even though they paid $100 for their license, sell it back to us in plastic bottles at a gross profit. It offends me. That's the kind of bill I'll oppose. My name is Brandon Peters, House District 22.
I want to get you, make sure you give a website, Facebook address, that kind of stuff before you run out. I know politicians, once they get going, they can just keep on. So make sure you get that communication in there first.
Scott and I know, you pay us by the word and we just start that meter running. Yeah, website. It's got links to the Facebook and the Twitter if I try to remember it all, and the Instagram, I'll screw it up. So the website is brandon4fl.com. That's Brandon, B-R-A-N-D-O-N, the number 4fl.com. You can find all the social media links. If you got a follow-up question for me or something I didn't mention that you'd like to know more about, just go there and shoot us an email.
Wonderful. We appreciate you. Thanks for coming tonight.
Yeah,
thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Yep, thank you.
And Monty, you can take your phone and click it on that thing and you go to the...
It's a lost cause. Lost cause. Any other public announcements? You and Monty can get together.
I have to write stuff down. Good evening, Mayor, City Attorney, Commissioners on the dais. My name is Lisa Darling, and you all probably know me from now. I'm here with the concerned citizens of Newberry and the My Time team. Concerned citizens will be having their Juneteenth on June 18th at the Freddie Walmart Park from 4 to 8 p.m. And we will have retail booths out there and food vendors. We will have a DJ. The music will be at the level or lower than it's supposed to be. And also on that Friday night, June the 17th, My Time, which you all know about, tutoring program, will have a meet and greet, and it's a fundraiser, and it's hosted by Tammy Natil and Jamel Cheeseborough. And we will be asking kind donations of $5. We would like for the mayor and the city commissioners to come out on both nights so you can see what the My Time team is all about and what we do during this school time. And also we would like for you all to come out on June 18th to the Juneteenth, and we might have a special surprise for you. Hopefully, the mayor, you will come so you can introduce yourself to the community. We will have a lot of special guests there. We will be honoring teachers and retired teachers and other people as well. So we have a flyer, and I'm going to give it to the mayor or someone, a representative, and then you can pass it around. It's 2 different flyers.
Awesome.
Okay.
We appreciate it.
I think I said everything that I was supposed to say. All right, and thank you for this opportunity to speak.
And thank you. And I'm going to add on to one thing at this year's Juneteenth, when the city of Newberry formed a Truth and Reconciliation Committee. The Concerned Citizens is a member of that committee. The Real Rosewood Foundation is a member of that committee. Alachua County Commission is a member of that committee. And I'm blanking on one group, but there's also community members. That committee, which you guys approved the formation of, partnered with the Equal Justice Initiative. The Equal Justice Initiative is the group in Montgomery, Alabama, and they are the ones that we partnered with to do the soil ceremony and the historical marker ceremony. This whole past year, Newberry High School has had an essay contest that EJI funds, and we have winners of that essay contest. And at some point in time, maybe you already know the time during the ceremony, because that's the one piece I don't have. Do we know the time that they're going to read or be recognized?
Well, we've asked Jessica to kind of make contact with those students. I think there's 5 or 6 of them.
There's 6 of them, and I think 3 have RSVP'd.
Okay, and that's what we're waiting for. And
Okay.
As soon as they RSVP, we'll give them a time. We're going to put them up in the program so they don't have to stay all night. We want to intermittently have them do their essays.
Okay. So we've got Principal Shepard is waiting on that time because he wants to try to be there too. But if you can make it to hear those kids, I've read them. They're fantastic, and it's substantial prize money. So this was a rigorous contest, and unfortunately, I'm leading a group of students on a foreign trip. So I won't be there. I'm not coming back until after it's over. I'm devastated to have missed it. Our trip got missed. So if one of you guys can make sure you're there in my stead, I'd appreciate. Hopefully, everybody can get there and make it, because it's 4 to 8 is a perfect time to have a festival in June. You hit that one just right. So I'll pass these around, and we'll do some advertising. And thank you guys again for all that you're doing with my time. It's phenomenal, and we truly do appreciate it.
And thank you all so much to the city staff for cleaning up the place and making sure it's looking good. Thank you to Travis and all his input and everything with working with Jamel and the rest of the team. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
A what?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any other public announcements? Okay, seeing no, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. If you guys wouldn't mind, have the commission get down here, we'll take what I'm saying. Unmute me. 60 seconds, guys. 60 seconds. We're going to get started. Gentlemen, you head back this way. All right. We'll go ahead and reconvene. We left off after public announcement, so I need a motion to approve the consent agenda as it was published. So moved. I have a motion from Commissioner Clark, a second from Commissioner Coleman. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously, and that takes us to public hearings and ordinances. Item 11 is the Overlay District Standards presentation. This is the first reading of an ordinance that we've been working on here for a long time. Brian, you want to get us started?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, thank you. This is the first time the commission sees the first,
Somebody turned it off.
Okay. This is the first hearing in front of the commission of the Newberry Gateway Overlay District standards that we've been talking about for quite some time. The presentation tonight will be by Jerry Diedenbach and Ryan Thompson of CHW. We hired CHW as our consultants on the project to help move it along. And so with that, I'll pass it on to CHW.
Hey, good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Ryan Thompson with CHW. Very proud and pleased to be here before you. Much of the information that I'm presenting tonight, you've seen and participated in the workshops that we had and will be very familiar with. So please don't let me belabor too much, but I do want to give sufficient information so that you know the subject matter of what we've addressed. So we're here because of a number of people are moving to Florida every day, and especially to rural cities that have unique character, community assets, and opportunities, much like the city of Newberry. This is a map that staff's put together with over 17 development opportunities that are primarily located along State Road 26 and US 2741 that if all come to fruition will have an impact on the city's character and how this community looks and feels. With your guidance, we've looked at guidelines and standards that can regulate how those corridors look and ensure that the quality of life in the city of Newberry is preserved through this development. The anticipated outcomes for what we were tasked with are new regulations adopted by this commission to ensure that the quality of development along those primary corridors. The regulations address the architectural character, land use and building form, landscaping and screening, and signage. We began this process back in January. We've had a lot of work back and forth with city staff. We had a neighborhood or community workshop where we gathered input and then followed that up with the second workshop where we presented draft materials. And then throughout that process, we really wanted to encourage and invite as many people to the table as possible. At the previous Planning and Zoning Board, we presented the materials, and I think it was very well received.
I'm going to stop you right there, because when we got done presenting at the P&Z, it's the only draft of an ordinance that I've ever seen a board give applause to. So when he says that it was well received, it was well received. Yeah, they clapped. They were so excited and enthusiastic about recommending this ordinance on forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. So this is your the first reading of this ordinance, and any comments that you have this evening, we'll incorporate those for the second reading, which will be soon to come. The lands that apply to this overlay district that we prepared are 500 feet from the corridors, and when I say corridors, I mean both State Road 26 and US 2741. So properties within 500 feet of the right-of-way line, and then obviously within the city of Newberry limits. The entire parcel is included in the overlay standards. If a portion of the parcel is included in that overlay, and that is something I wanted to ask direction from this commission on. Would it be just the land development within that 500 feet? Initially, when this was proposed, it was thought that the parcels would be split prior to, but if it's a planned development or something of that nature that could be a very large tract, and along these corridors there are very large tracts, would you want to limit it just to that 500 feet? So that is something I would like feedback on.
Are you able to mute him, Janine? Because if we have his mic and another mic, that's when we get the back feedback.
I muted it.
Okay. So that just means you got to remember, you got to be responsible for turning it back on then. That's fine. It's a new system. We'll get it figured out. Okay, so does everybody understand the question of what he's looking for feedback on? Thoughts on that question? This has been a trending question throughout this whole process. Where will this district apply, and what will the rules within it apply? Does anyone have a question, feedback, or do you want to ask recommendations? Commissioner Martin.
Some of these tracks go very, very deep, and I don't know, it starts to feel a little onerous, I think, if we try to rope in the entire property and subject the entire piece of property to this. I'm comfortable with the 500 foot from the right-of-way line. So it's 15, 20 feet off of the side of the road, right? Ish?
Ish.
Okay.
I got to the 500 feet because that's generally what the human eye can sort of in-depth see. And the whole point of this is to have an aesthetically pleasing entranceway to our community that we have a hand in developing and working with. So the 500 feet achieves that goal, correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
I remember earlier on, I can't remember if it was my comment or I stole it from somebody, about trying to get the perception of the tunneling effect, where it's a little bit wider and then it kind of closed in. Is it reasonable to expect the 500 feet here in the city core the same way as we do somebody that's out at 202nd Street?
He's got that later in the presentation.
You do? Okay.
That tunneling effect, if my memory is right, P&Z loved that as well,
Okay.
part of it. So,
Okay.
But I didn't mean to steal if you want to answer that question.
Oh, wait, it's fine.
Yeah.
Well, I think there's two parts.
Other thoughts on the 500 feet, or is everybody in agreement?
I'm good with
I get head nods from everybody else?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Thank you all. So the regulations that aren't addressed in this overlay would default back to the appropriate land development regulations that are currently within your code, either the, based on the subject matter or the zoning district, whatever applies. So if there is something that isn't addressed here, it has a standard, it's just not in this section. And that's typical. So exceptions for properties or developments rather along the corridor. So if a PUD or a PD's already been approved by this commission prior to the effective date of this ordinance, then they would be exempt. Properties within a historic district are exempt. We discussed how the historic district already has its own regulations and how it should be treated differently than the city as a whole. Industrial properties adjacent to and utilizing railroad for freight delivery would be exempt. And then we also granted the LDR administrator the opportunity to exempt properties either based on site characteristics such as topography or the specific type of use. Looking at some of those standards, so for architectural, we heard that Country Way was an example that everybody kind of gravitated to. It was modern, but not too modern, warm and inviting. And we wanted to ensure that there was some standard for staff to be able to evaluate applications as they came in, but we wanted to be cautious not to be too restrictive in those standards. And then also, as I just mentioned about the historic district, it can be its own entity. We also talked about Florida vernacular. That's something that's currently in your code versus non-vernacular. We didn't want to get into requiring everything to look a certain way, but we did want it to have character, be that as it may. So some of the things that we included specifically for the architecture is the building should face the primary street. A minimum of 3 architectural elements, and we have in the code a list of those elements as options. It's not exclusive. No metal siding. That was something that we heard throughout. And accessory structures should be compatible, both in appearance and materials. And then commercial uses should have minimum level of glazing, so that it's not all just kind of a block wall. That's the second point that I had to discuss with this commission. It's something that we've included, but I don't think was fully vetted during those workshops and haven't had an opportunity for your direct feedback. We are recommending a minimum of 35%, and it's just for commercial uses, and it's the facade that is visible from the street. I don't know if that's something this commission is particularly interested in including. We find it common in other areas that they have a certain percentage of windows and glazing. It's more pedestrian friendly, and windows, glass doors typically qualify as glazing, and it's between 3 feet to 8 feet from the elevation, the building elevation. It adds character and design characteristic for the building.
I think the idea is that, will you turn yours off? There's a flaw in our system here, but we'll get it figured out. I think the idea is to just not have big, especially for that tunneling effect as you're bringing the buildings closer to the road, not to have just solid walls. I'd like to see more verbiage about options in there about how to negate that instead of just sort of mandating that it has to be windows. Maybe it could be broken up with signage, murals, I don't know. Kind of thinking off the top of my head. Commissioner Clark.
Mr. Mayor, I was going to caveat to that, but that was my exact things. I don't want to hold someone to a standard of 35% of something and we lose a business or something like that. Just, we got to have an off-ramp, and we got to be where the staff can have a way to approve or disapprove with a little bit of common sense in there with that. I mean, a percentage, I got it, but I don't think we need a 35%. We suggest that, windows, doors, but a percentage, if it doesn't meet it, it fails. I don't want to give that harsh of a. And the metal siding got me too. I don't remember saying metal siding, that's no metal siding that we've got in the rule? On the facade. I mean, there's stone and metal that go together, and we're, I mean, I've seen some nice metal quarter down, half down with stone work up, and the big Destiny Church is all metal, but we ain't gonna, I mean, just for me personally, I don't say no metal. I just, there again, an off-ramp for the staff to be able to say yay or nay, but for me personally, I'm not into saying no metal, because that's probably one of the big things they build with nowadays. So, just my.
That was feedback that we received.
And we
might through the process.
I think, again, the idea there is, well, that was you now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The idea is that corrugated metal, and I just paint a strip on the end and give it that. No. There has to be, and I think this may be later, but part of this is renderings where the applicant brings in, this is what I want to do. So we have some visuals and we have to say, okay, that fits in the theme of what we're trying to do here. But I think that in order, when you're doing standards, you have to have some percentage of saying, okay, it can't, 35% has to be something other than, brick wall, right? Because that has that institutional effect. It's got to be windows, it's got to be murals, it's got to be, broken up. It's got to be something that gets us away from that, just a solid front box.
Mr. Mayor, I agree, but what I mean is, architect comes before the board and we like it, we can approve it. I want to be held to something where we have to say no because we ain't got 35% of windows or doors, or there's 4 pieces of steel on it we don't like. I mean, the architect situation dictates.
Right. But remember,
okay,
any applicant always has the right to come in front of you guys and say, here's what we're talking about is what are we giving to staff, right? These are the guidelines we're giving to staff so that they have something to work with. And staff that can't, there's no way we can say, staff, pick what these 6 guys up here you think they would like, right? So there has to be, we have to figure out some numbers in there that staff starts with. If an applicant comes and says, hey, I think I hit the intent here, but I don't hit the percentage, every applicant, whether you pass the overlay district or the current standards, has the right to come and say, hey, I think I deserve an exception. There you go. So a situation will always dictate in the city of Newberry.
I don't want to hinder and hamstring somebody for coming to our community over a percentage of something, because staff has got the direction. I mean, they can say yay or nay on a lot of things before it comes to us, or give us the heads up of what it's looking like.
They can only say yay or nay on what you tell them they can say yay or nay on.
Well,
Commissioner
okay.
Ryan, what are some of the more common standards speaking to this element that you're talking about, and what are we kind of not asking that comes up from a developer side that you have any experience with?
Are you asking for the architectural elements that we're including in the?
Come in here and say 35%. I'm wondering if you have some thought process that got you there, or is it your fallback?
Usually, I had the same question. What's the second most usual?
Oh,
well, glazing refers to transparency within a building, so it would be a window, but glass doors, if the doors were glass, that would qualify. If there was some form of, I'm drawing a blank on the architectural term for it, but if there's, I would just call it windows. Yeah.
I mean, is there a way to couch it that we have kind of a like X percentage of the building can't be one uniform, that kind of forces them to break it up, whether it's a shutter or an architectural detail or a porte-cochere or something, something like that.
Right, and by requiring at least 3 architectural elements.
Right.
I feel that would be addressed through that and wouldn't require the glazing.
I like that.
Okay.
Like 3 architectural elements.
I guess maybe I'm thinking like no one element can occupy more than 65% of any one side or just the front. Maybe we don't care about the sides, I don't know, but.
Mr.
I don't
Manager?
know. Can somebody verbalize what I'm thinking?
I'm just curious, because this isn't my normal bread and butter, and I think it is CHW's. Do y'all see this type of standard in an enhanced standard district commonly in the industry? And do you get pushback from developers that are interested in developing in those corridors that this is overbearing, or is this kind of it ups the standard but not so much that anybody's complaining?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was our intent, to have a standard for glazing that was both the city of Alachua and its overlay for the interchange and the city of Gainesville have glazing requirements. We've had several applicants, particularly their architects, that have struggled to meet some of those glazing requirements. So we are conscious that those can be issues. Typically, they're on specific commercial uses where you have very limited exterior walls that can have transparency, either through retail or service or something else. And we felt that the 35% was a reasonable percentage to request, that it wouldn't be too burdensome on a.
I really like the idea of your front has to contain 3 architectural elements. And then, as we've done in other areas, and we list some suggestions, such as glazing, such as various architectural features, such as shutters. We give some suggestions that let them know what we're thinking, but we don't get into any specifics of you have to hit this much. You just, on your facade, you have to have a variety. You have to have a diversity that makes it that character. Because I think for me, the driving theme of the overlay district is character, right? We don't want a strip mall series of sheet metal, industrial looking boxes that litter up and down. We want buildings that have character. Character can mean different things to different people. It's not getting us into an aesthetic. It's just saying we want something that's interesting in our town, not plain. So how does everyone feel?
That gets us there then.
3 architectural elements is 3 the second most standard besides having a percentage of glazing. Does 3 get us there? That doesn't seem too onerous to me.
Because it wasn't specifically architectural elements, but I remember us talking about the materials themselves. Or is that one and the same for us?
Good question.
Rock, metal, wood, or?
Well, the architectural elements would be different than just the materials on the building itself. We're not requiring that they have specific, we're not being as specific to say that they have to have 3 different materials on the building. It just has to have some detail in a number of those architectural elements we've pulled from your existing code, to be honest. The glazing is a different story, and going back to the building materials, the only way that we've addressed that is by excluding what we felt was the most concerning, which was the metal siding.
Commissioner Maison.
I think I understand. Okay, so I'm going to give a scenario because we went over this before. Dollar General in Jonesville, the side of that wall looks like, yeah, right? The CVS on 23rd, I want to say, is that what you consider like a 30% glazing? You fall 43rd Street, 39th.
Okay.
That CVS, is that like, I mean,
I would expect that it would meet that standard.
Okay, I got it.
I mean, I think when I look at the pictures of the elements up here, like if you look at the Little Red Schoolhouse, clearly the windows are the dominant feature that make the building a striking building. When you look at the bank in the center left, from where I'm looking, it's the brick, I don't know the architectural terms, but the brick, you know, that sticks out, that comes out, that gives it those interesting overhangs, right? To me, that's what I mean when I talk about architectural features. There's you know, those kind of things. When I look, I don't know what the building is in the top right, but it's a big blank wall, but it's offset from the previous wall, and then the roof kind of comes out in an interesting fashion, you know. What's that?
BurgerFi?
Or is that BurgerFi? Yeah. So I mean, all of these in different ways. I don't know why the depot is there, but all of these buildings up here, First Baptist, they have different features that make it pleasing, right? That's when I say architectural feature, that's kind of what I'm meaning, right? Is that what everybody has in? And I think the list of suggestions, we want 3 architectural features on your facade. You know, and this is what we mean when we say features, and that's then we have a last line. This list is not exhaustive, right? Bring us your idea, and then we can look at your idea. Commissioner Coleman.
Well, I frequent the Cracker Barrel often, and that whole building is metal, painted brown. So that would completely wipe out a Cracker Barrel. Am I correct?
I don't think so, because I've been to plenty of Cracker Barrels that aren't.
I just
metal.
pulled up 4 different ones if you would like.
Well, you're a Cracker Barrel expert.
Oh, man, I
went to Cracker Barrel in Helen, Georgia, and it looked like a bowl, what is that city? Bavarian Village. Is that Helen,
all
Georgia?
metal.
Right. That wouldn't.
Yeah, it wouldn't work.
Right. But that doesn't mean, I mean, I go to, one of those Dollar General stores, right?
Yeah, they're all
and they but some of them are not.
Well,
so
they have a facade on the front.
They have nicer facades on the front, right? So it depends.
A lot of glass.
Yeah, a lot of glass, nicer facades. So Cracker Barrel, we just wouldn't say no to Cracker Barrel. Just say, Cracker Barrel, we'd love you to come. We want your facade to look like a real Cracker house, right? A real old-timey house, right? Don't just give a sheet metal painted brown.
Okay, I'm with you. Okay.
Have you got a secret you want to tell us? You got Cracker Barrel on the line? 'Cause I'll be with you now. You bring Cracker Barrel down.
Stop. Yeah, stop.
Okay. We got the 3 architectural. Let's take a pause here and go to the audience, because we get too many questions ahead, I'll forget. Do we have any public comment, feedback on either facades, fascias, or the 500 depth? Anybody want to comment on either of those 2 questions? We'll have more questions as we go through, but I want to pause. Okay, seeing none, we'll continue right on then.
So looking at land use and building form, we heard a few different uses mentioned that may be prohibited along the corridor, such as car washes or mini storage. Didn't want too many, or to see large expanses of parking areas and
Service and loading areas that can be unsightly. Every building has kind of that side to it that you don't want to see from the public. And then we wanted to encourage interconnectivity and shared driveways. So looking at a few different examples, kind of what I'm terming the outdated design of car washes and even gas stations and mini storage can be unsightly. But as you can see on the right, how most of them are being designed today, they can be very attractive. So we were conscious of that and didn't want to exclude those if we knew they could be done appropriately. So we looked at, instead of prohibiting mini storage, even some of the new ones that you see today, and actually the two examples in the bottom right, you can see the storage unit doors facing the road, but they're interior to a building. So your first thought is not that it's an unattractive, unsightly use. So that is one requirement that we included in there. For car washes, the tunnels themselves, we didn't want to face the road, so the side of the building would be facing the street. And then also in consideration of residential uses, we wanted to limit the tunnel being oriented towards residential as well. But there were some other uses that we did decide to include as prohibited uses. I should have included them in the slide, but I can rattle them off here for feedback. So automobile and body shop, commercial parking lot or structure as a principal use, crematory, funeral home, laundromat, machine shop, outdoor display of any type of motorized vehicles, boats, storage buildings, or equipment for sale or rental, except for automobile rentals associated with hotels or motels, outdoor kennel, recycling drop-off center, and tattoo parlors. So any of those that this commission would like me to strike off that list, or others to.
Commissioner Farnsworth.
Where did this list come from?
It was actually pulled, this list was modified from the City of Alachua's gateway overlay at the interchange.
Okay, so, well, look at this list. It says automotive, body shops aren't allowed, but automotive repair shops are.
I believe the intent was that, would that fall under machine shop? Or would that be different?
I think that'd be different.
Mr. Manager.
That's appropriate with what I heard both here in Planning and Zoning Board. Typically, body shop repairs, you end up with 25 cars in the parking lot that are in some state of heavily damaged, waiting to be repaired. Automotive, I think of, the new Tuffy up in Jonesville. It's a brick building, nice facade. The cars are functional when they get there. They're going there for an oil change or something like that. So there was in the dialogue that I was listening to, there was a clear differentiation between, what you see curbside when you drive past a body shop versus just any old automotive repair shop. It's the difference between RPM and quality collision. When you drive by those and what the kind of curbside appeal that you might see. And not to suggest that it can't be that way. That was the rationale whenever this language was being developed, is our understanding from our meetings with the commission, the public, and the Planning and Zoning Board.
So currently we have automotive body shops on 41. We have a funeral home on 26. We have a laundromat on 26. We have the outdoor display of motorized vehicles on 26. We have an outdoor kennel on 26. We do not have a sexually oriented businesses on 26. But with all those already on there, are you going to say, hey, your grandfathered in and things are cool? What if a dealership decided to come automotive dealership decided to come to Newberry? They wouldn't be able to get it on one of these main thoroughfares?
The way that it's written, yes, sir.
Yeah.
It's killing the business.
Yeah, as far as prohibited uses, I think that should be taken on a case-by-case basis. I don't think it should be part of this ordinance.
I think, I think that we're going to achieve a lot of what we're trying to achieve by saying you can't have the big parking lots in the front, right? Because when I think about a body shop, I absolutely agree. What we don't want is a business setback with a parking lot, and half the parking lot is all these torn up cars, right? But if the business facade is coming to the front and all of the work is happening in the back, I think that creates a different situation. I don't know how much longer automobile dealerships are going to be in business. I drove by the Carvana thing the other day, and that's it's a car out of a convenience stand now, right? That's what they're doing. And if Carvana wants to put a tower there, super cool. looks great. Yeah. I mean, it's awesome. Buy a car off an app, right? My grandfather would never have done that, right? But and I also think that the market is going to dictate a lot of this. Like, I don't really see if a tattoo parlor wanted to pay 26 land prices, they're probably going to build a tattoo parlor that looks pretty cool and would be a pull. So again, I think instead of the verbiage of prohibitive, which I absolutely agree that there are things that goals we're trying to achieve. But if somebody, if a famous artist was going to come to Newberry and set up a tattoo parlor and was going to build a really cool tattoo parlor and was going to be a draw for the region, I wouldn't want to find myself in a situation where we're constantly having to say, no, you can't do that. I think that there's a way we can word this to achieve our goals without saying absolutely no, you can't. That's kind of what I'm hearing from.
Yeah, I mean, also, liquor stores are allowed, and smoke shops would be allowed, but I mean, that's not prohibited on here. But if you're going to start prohibiting things, you got to start prohibiting more than your list, and then I think you're going to get in trouble with trying to accommodate new businesses coming into town with all these prohibited uses. I think that we should keep that open and do it on a case-by-case basis.
Normally when we do this kind of stuff, what we're prohibiting is activities. So we don't want industrial happening right next to residential, right? We don't want an adult venue happening right next to a daycare, right? We don't normally go through and say no automotive repair in this area, right? Unless it's under the pretense of residential versus some of that. So are we saying that up and down this corridor, we're really just looking for retail? Is that, because a lot of the things that you're prohibiting, in my mind, they sort of fall into that more industrial usage category.
They do border on. Mission, and then the ones that
Yeah, I think that our focus should be on the standard, not the actual use. If you come to us and you've got a brand new, super cool car wash, right? Now, if you said to me, I want to prohibit adult industries on your gateway corridor, I think I would probably say, yeah, I don't really want to drive past that as I'm coming into Newberry, right? But beyond that, I'm not sure that there's a specific industry that I want to use the word prohibit with. It would be the standards that you have to build to, right? It's about, again, the theme here is character, right? If you build a cool character car wash, then I want to hear that application, right? I'm not saying you guys would approve it, but I want to hear it, right?
so the only, if I may.
Commissioner Mazon, did you have? No?
So the only
outdoor storage is, I mean, the ultimate RV storage, is that outdoor storage? Because I think that's pretty attractive.
Okay.
And I also think that there's room in the front to build something, and someday we're never going to see the $1 million RVs back there, and I'll be sad. But did you have something else in mind for outdoor storage? Because I can absolutely point to other storage places that I find much less attractive, but now we're back to standard, not use again.
Right.
And I think that the RV storage, again, we go back to market, right? I mean, if they wanted to do that in today's market, I don't think that they would go there, because that land price on 26 now has spiked, right? Although they seem to be doing pretty well.
I think they're doing a clear sign.
Yeah.
Okay? Is
Yes,
that- Anybody else?
I like it.
Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate your all input.
Commissioner Martin?
Yeah, the body shop for me would be okay if everything was hidden in the back, much like a service dock or a loading dock or something like that, because it wouldn't have the negative appeal in that way that we're concerned about. I'm okay prohibiting a commercial parking lot or structure. The crematory or funeral home kind of go hand in hand. I don't have a problem with them as long as they meet the standard. I mean, the one on 241 Williams Thomas is perfectly attractive. Laundromat, probably not a standalone. Would I have a lot of heartburn if it was in the shopping center? Probably not. Machine shop, prohibited. Those need to be off in the industrial stuff. Outdoor display of any type of motorized vehicle, boats, storage buildings, or equipment for sale or rental except for attractive automobile rentals associated with those hotels. For me, that might be a size issue. I can think around the state there's some places with massive car dealerships, but one like Jim Douglas in High Springs, there's 40 cars there maybe. That doesn't give me a lot of heartburn. Again, as long as the building meets the standards, they're going to have to, in order to pay for a building that meets the standards, they're going to have a quality product that will pay for that. So I don't necessarily have a lot of heartache with that as long as it's not a giant monstrosity. The outdoor kennel, I don't know that it's necessarily going to attract a kennel anymore the way it is. Recycling drop-off center, I'm okay prohibiting that. Those can be tucked away. A sexual-oriented business, absolutely prohibit that. Tattoo parlor, standalone, probably not going to be that good of an idea, but as part of a shopping center, I think that's probably okay with me.
Okay.
You got all that down?
Can we, let's talk a little bit about the kennel, because I think that's that one slipped my mind. The kennel that is existing there was approved by Alachua County years ago as a community park or neighborhood park, whatever that is. And now that area is filling in, the complaints have increased. So I do think that not necessarily pinpointing kennels, right, but having a conversation about businesses that might end up being a nuisance to residential neighborhoods in proximity. So if you're a kennel, you need a pretty good bit of land, because the whole idea is that they're going to let your dog out to run around a little bit every day, right? I doubt that we see a kennel wanting to come in on acreage that's $60,000 an acre, right? But do we want to have some verbiage in there that addresses, because this ordinance is 500 feet, so at 501 the residents start, right? So we need to think about what kind of businesses, in terms of nuisance businesses. In my mind, that's when you get into the adult industry, that's too close to residential, right? That's where the kids are going to be. You don't want that right there, right? I would use the same sort of thinking. I wouldn't want a kennel, not necessarily because I'm picking on kennels, but because the whole anticipation is that there will be residential right behind it. If the kennel comes in first, then we spend the rest of our time up here telling the residents, sorry they were there first, you know, that kind of a thing.
Works out so well.
So the increase in the complaints happened after we approved their expansion?
I mean, I think that the expansion just gave people a venue to voice the complaints they already were having, right? And so, as you got the nursery that's around there, and you got some more folks around there, that's when the complaints happened. I think that before the expansion, everyone was just saying, well, it was there first, or we just have to live with it. The expansion gave everybody a platform to say.
I mean, it really wasn't there first because, I mean, the Thorpes live right across the road and they were there first. But, I mean, I personally wouldn't want to be having to listen to a dog bark continuously.
I'm with you.
So, I mean, that would drive me freaking nuts. And I'm pretty close to that already.
So, besides for the kennel, right, unless anybody else wants to go through the list and say out yay or nay, I think what I'm hearing is we want to focus on the standard, not necessarily the usage. And for the kennel, I would prefer to have verbiage there that's about the nuisance factor, not necessarily just saying you can't have a kennel. But what we're really talking about is your industry going to have a lot of, continuous noise that's going to, detract from the quality of life from the people around it.
Understood.
Other comments on that point?
Ken was a good point.
Okay.
Looking at building form and placement, so we talked a little bit about large parking lot areas. Here we have two different examples of how we can approach screening that are very different. Town of Tioga was fortunate they were able to put a large stormwater pond in front of their development. It is very attractive. That, coupled with buildings, does kind of screen the majority of the parking for the town center. In the Butler Plaza example on the right, you have out parcels, and those predominantly screen the large parking areas. So we didn't want to limit users' location of parking because we know that could be a challenge, especially with retail. But we did want to provide a requirement for screening with options. So out parcels will be one of them, landscaping, berms, things of that nature, could also screen large expansive parking lot areas. But we would certainly encourage them to split those up and so they weren't so visually demanding. For service and loading, so there again, going back to that side of the building you don't really want to see, but is necessary for every building. On the left-hand side, we have two examples that are a little unsightly, but then in Butler Plaza, and you'll find this in newer developments, the service side is on the back side, so it's not facing the street. So we do have some regulations on that encourage loading and service to the side or rear of a building, but if that's not feasible based on the site geometry or other characteristics, then screening would be something that staff could approve. And for site access, we're talking about 2 state road corridors, so DOT is going to regulate the frequency and permit the access there, but we do want to encourage cross-access. So that is something that staff will be looking for. It encourages master planning, interconnectivity. It reduces the amount of vehicles that actually get out onto those main corridors, which increases the flow of traffic as well as the safety of vehicles both traveling and turning onto the system. So if you have an opportunity to connect to an adjacent property, that's encouraged in the code. So looking at landscaping, this was probably the biggest conversation or topic of conversation that we had. So I do have quite a few slides here. I think you've seen most of those already, but it does characterize the tunneling effect that we talked about. So, really what could be seen from the road is one of the primary things we heard. So adjusting the screening based on the roadway speed and the land use. We have screening for both commercial frontage and residential uses. And using this as an example, so this is at 202nd Street on State Road 26. Two projects that are before you will be soon that are mixed-use type developments. They really kind of serve as the gateway to the city of Newberry from the east. And the start of the, I say that because it's the eastern extent of the urban service area. And they both intend to have commercial uses along the corridor with residential to the rear. And this is the white dashed line is 500 feet from the right-of-way line. All along this corridor will have what we're calling a major roadway or a corridor buffer that would vary in depth depending on where you're at along the corridor, which I'll explain in greater detail. Residential uses that you either see the rear of or the side of would be screened. And then we also included landscape requirements for stormwater management, stormwater ponds, and vehicle use areas in the commercial areas. So that's really kind of a four-layered approach that we're using to ensure screening along the corridor.
Can I break in there?
Yes, sir.
The word screening there is important because what we've heard, especially from some of you guys up here, is that you don't like the neighborhoods that they've got a 6-foot fence, but it's on a decline, and so I'm looking right into the backyard, right? So we're not trying to say you got to put X. We're saying it has to be screened, right? We don't want to look into the backyard. We want to see green, right? We don't want to see that. We don't want to, be looking in your back window at your back, that kind of thing. So the word screening there is one of those sort of all-encompassing. It could be different for different people depending on what is required to get that effect.
So highlighted in yellow are the areas subject to the overlay. Properties within 500 feet outside the historic district. And we've broken it up into 3 zones. The orange is about a mile from the core, half a mile to a mile from the core of the city. That's what we're referring to as Zone 1. Zone 2 would be that next mile stretch. And then beyond that would be Zone 3. And as you progress from Zone 1 to Zone 3, your buffer width requirements get deeper, and then the amount of plantings within those get more dense. And we've also looked at commercial, where you can have canopy trees where you cut those up and you can still kind of see what's in there, so you have that commerce support. But then for residential and other uses where that's not important to this the business, you would have understory trees as well, creating kind of a full screen effect. So with Zone 1, our recommendation is for a 15-foot wide buffer. That will have 2 canopy trees per 100 linear feet. We chose 100 linear feet because it's easy for staff to measure. No understory trees. And then within that 15 feet, it would have 80% ground cover shrubs or grass. These are some examples local examples, the Tioga Town Center, believe it or not, that buffer in front of Tioga is only about 5 to 10 feet wide, and it has trees about two per 100 linear feet. It's not a very wide buffer. The stormwater pond, in addition to that, and the hedging before the parking lot is another layer to that. Another example for the Zone 1 buffer is in the villages. What you see here is about a 5 to 10 foot buffer with about 3 trees per 100 linear feet. And so some of these other ones I'm going to skip through a little faster. If you need me to pause on anything, I'll do it. So Zone 2, the buffer increases to 25 feet. Again, the commercial uses would only have canopy trees, and all other uses would include the understory trees. Some examples here, the Publix in Jonesville and Oakmont along Parker Road, as well as along 24th Avenue. And then Zone 3, that increases to 50 feet. And you have one more canopy tree than you do in the Zone 2, and then you have more understory trees for the other uses. Examples of that, the villages again, and that's the last example. So some of the other things that we included in the regulations are minimum size and quality of trees, ensuring that it doesn't take an exorbitant amount of time for that landscaping to mature, and making sure that the trees are appropriate for this area. So we do have a recommended tree list that's either native or has adapted well to this area. And so I guess I should pause and see if there's any comments or questions on the landscape buffers.
I'm good.
Good. Move along.
We'll keep going. For signage, we heard that it should be compatible with the development, so that'd be the buildings in particular, both the material and style. It really helps tie together that sense of place that makes a certain development unique and special, for that matter. And then we wanted minimum standards on that signage without being too restrictive, allowing for an alternate compliance, so not to stifle creativity or something that could be really cool and iconic, and scaling for the speed of the roadway, larger signs at higher speeds for better visibility. And then we also heard no pylon signs, and that's typically just a pole-mounted sign with the big pole with the big sign, on top of it. So we have looked at, or we are recommending, sorry, the animation's a little tricky there. So on the right-hand side is based on FDOT's speed limits. So the blue, which is generally the core of the city, is 31 to 50 miles per hour. So in that zone, we have specific sign heights with the maximum amount of copy that could be on each side. And then on the orange zone, those signs get a little bit bigger. For multi-tenant signs, and I'll show you an example of those if you're not familiar, the same philosophy where for zone 31 to 50 has a certain size, and then we also split it up with divided and undivided because it's much different being on a rural not high speed, 55 mile an hour road that's 2 lanes, undivided versus State Road 26 going towards Jonesville, where you have a much wider right-of-way and you're looking much further across that may have landscaping and what have you. So just for example, here are two commercial signs. Not using these for anything else other than to communicate the size and scale. The one on the left, as you can see, is about 6 feet with about 30 square feet of copy area, and then the one on the right is about 8 feet. This is what we're looking at for those two zones, signs of this scale. And then for the multi-tenant sign, the left one will be, more towards the interior of the city, and then the 25-foot on the right would be that divided highway speed. So we're including limits on the maximum size. We are allowing alternate compliance in the code. We are requiring it to be compatible with the development. And we are prohibiting billboards and pole signs.
All right, let's pause there, because signs, always toughest conversation to have, right? When we're trying to figure out what's appropriate, what we can live with, what we can handle. Monty?
Just looking at what they presented here, I think it's kind of the idea that I would have in mind for signage. I think it's appropriate.
Pretty standard. Commissioner Carpenter.
Well, like I said, as long as it's compliant with that it looks like the buildings that are being built there, shopping. Can you hear me now? Hello? Yeah, as long as it's matches the buildings that are being built there, I don't see any problem. I think that's fine.
Okay. And again, the sign at the town center, there's a different word for it. That's not a sign, that's a architectural feature. That's a, what's the phrase?
Right.
Icon, right? So if you come to us and you have an out-of-the-box idea for your sign, right? Like that would be an icon. That's, again, the theme here is character, right? Something that looks good, something that's unique, those kinds of things. So now's the time, guys, because we say yay, and then 2 years from now someone comes and says, I can't, I want to put a piece of plywood up and spray paint my sign on it, and you guys tell me I can't do that, and and then we want to.
This is just for this, though.
The overlay district. That's what we're talking about. The entrance to Newberry, the overlay district, our premier.
Barbecue signs, right?
Right. We're not talking about other areas.
Okay, I'll just check.
But those little street signs would be prohibited.
Yeah.
All up and down. And that'd be prohibited by FDOT, right? All right, moving on.
Good presentation.
Okay, so you've got a lot of notes of things that we want to tweak. Can we make a motion tonight on first reading, and you guys will make those tweaks, and staff will review it, and we'll review it before second reading? That way we keep the ball moving forward?
Yes.
And everybody comfortable with doing that? Commissioner Maison?
Yeah. Yeah, did we receive any feedback from any developers or planning consultants on these standards? And what were they?
We did, generally,
I have as well. And I would put the feedback I have is in two groups, right? Some of the people I've talked to just, they love it. They think this is exactly what needs to happen to have that consistency along. They don't want to build their $1 million project and have, something not as attractive come in right next door. That's kind of one category. Another category is people who feel like we're getting a little bit too far, right? But I would point out, and as I point out to those folks, is also two things. One, talking about a 500-foot depth along our corridors, right, inside the urban services area. We're not talking about our comp plan. We're not changing everything. And two, to a T, every single person who has come to me with the idea that this is too onerous or this is too burdensome has also come to me at some point in time and said, we're growing too fast, right? And you guys need to get a hold of it. And in my mind, this is the most appropriate way for us to get a hold of it, because we're saying, hey, we're not stopping building, right? We just want, in these very limited areas, we want a nicer build, right? We want the community to look more attractive, right? We want to seize the moment from 202 to the light before it's too late and it's already developed, right? We've already got a lot of things up and down, right, that were there before. So, I think it's really hard to have your cake and eat it too, right? We can keep the lowest standards around and, it'll be what it'll be. We'll just let people do what they want to do. Or we can try to guide the process, right? And I'm not sure how slow it's going to really slow us down, because from the light to 202, people are still banging on the door. They're ready to get started. They're ready to, break ground and get moving. They're been paused so we could finish this conversation. But, I had a conversation with a woman who thought that all that was green space, and there really is no green space left between the light and 202. It is all applications and developments are planned, are there in some state of approval, right? So it's already developed out. It hadn't all broke ground, right? So it still looks like there's green space, but there are applications for just about every single parcel from the light to 202, right? They're already in the works. So, in terms of slowing down, I don't think it's going to slow it down. It's just going to make it a little bit nicer drive into town. Yeah. That answer?
Yeah, you did. Man, you talked a lot, so hopefully we can get a list, I know I do, of the standards when it comes to the overlay district, what are the restrictions? So
you will before second reading, right? So they're going to take all the notes that we took, and they're going to, so you've got the first reading, what they presented, everything that everybody said. I've seen him back there writing down all the notes, and Brian's been writing down all the notes. They're going to tweak it, and then on second reading, if we think that they missed a point, right, or didn't get our gist to what we were trying to get to, we'll have another crack at the apple to say, wait, that's not quite what we meant. We want you to rewrite that as well.
All right, motion.
If somebody, let's say like a dealership or something did come into town, how far off of 26 will they need to be in compliance? If they were 1,000 feet off and they decided to build their establishment there, would that be okay? As long as it's not, I mean, you're talking about a 500-foot buffer. But how?
Just to the building.
To the building. But how far beyond that do they not fall under these regulations?
500 feet. 500.
It's just 500 feet, okay. So
Yes, sir.
if they're building on State Road 26 within that 500-foot area, then they have to fall under these regulations. Okay,
Because
okay.
the idea is, we don't, behind the building, we don't really care, right? So where you're offloading, where your trucks are coming in, where your parking lot is, those kinds of things. We just want the visual aspect as you're coming in. So if that 500 feet takes you halfway through your building, if it takes you right up to your facade, right, past that, it's standard Florida building code.
They're gonna be closer though.
Yeah, I mean, I would think they would be closer. Do we have a minimum amount they have to be off State Road 26 before?
I think that's already predetermined by FDOT, right? Of how far back.
It is, and also the zoning district, your front setbacks would regulate that.
But I do like the model of putting your stormwater in the front. Put the stormwater in the front, you put your landscaping up, that creates that green space, which is the most common comment through the visioning session we heard from the public is that green area, right? You put the landscape in there, and if it's a car dealership and they want to build some ready-made spots to pull up the $50,000 truck or one of those $80,000 truck like Mark drives, right? And that needs to be closer to the road. I think that's where they would say, to staff, we have a plan, we think it fits with the intent of what you're trying to do, let us pitch it to you. Because I like to look at them trucks. I'll never get to drive one.
Yeah, no, but you can look at them.
Yeah, I ride in Mark's every once in a while. He lets me sit in it.
Like driving by that storage.
Exactly, yeah.
I'm allowed to look at Mark's truck.
Okay, any other questions on this presentation? If not, then I'm going to ask Scott to read ordinance 2022-25/LDR 22-03 into the record for us, please, sir.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. This is an ordinance of the City of Newberry, Florida, amending the text of the City of Newberry Land Development Regulations as amended, adding Section 4.22 overlay districts, establishing a corridor overlay district, providing for development design standards within said district, providing for codification, providing severability, repealing all ordinances in conflict, and providing an effective date. The appropriate motion is to pass ordinance number 2022-25 with the suggested amendments and as read by title only.
Thank you, sir. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
I have a motion from Commissioner Mazon, second from Commissioner Martin. Comments, questions from the dais? On the motion on the floor? Public comments on the motion on the floor? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. That moves us on to item 12, changing future land use. Great job, gentlemen.
I was going to say, there was not a memo today that Ryan and I had to address this thing. I want to thank you all, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Attorney, members of the commission, for allowing us, your local business here, to participate in this and bring real-world examples to you. I think y'all hit all the nails on the head. You asked about the glazing, Commissioner Martin. Well, you know when the taco shop is open because the lights are on and you can see people in there, and that's why there's glazing out there. You identified really well with the fact that the car dealerships have changed. If you think of the days of Paul West Ford and like Gatorland Toyota, where there was a field of cars and then a building way back there, think about Audi, Mercedes, and the Chevrolet dealer. They've all brought those buildings up because it's about the experience and the exchange. It's not about having a mall of cars out there. So I think y'all hit it really well. And I apologize for not being here last time, but I had COVID last time. So this time I'm on the rebound, and I'll see you again in a couple weeks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Glad you're here.
Paul West, was that Bad Bart?
That was Bad Bart. That's right. That's right. Good call. Thank you for bringing Beth along, too. Tag along.
We appreciate you guys.
Need note takers. See you tomorrow.
Yes.
Different city.
See you tomorrow.
All right, Brian, don't go too far. You're going to introduce us to the future land use map from agriculture plan development on 5.75 acres, parcel 02544-003-006 on first reading. You want Scott to read it into the ordinance? Buy yourself some time. Scott.
Glad to do so, Mr. Mayor. This is ordinance number 2022-23. An ordinance of the City of Newberry, Florida, amending ordinance number 4-91 as amended, relating to the amendment of the future land use plan map of the City of Newberry Comprehensive Plan of 50 or fewer acres of land pursuant to an application by Norfolk Properties LLP as owner of said acreage under the small-scale development amendment procedures established in section 163.3187 of the Florida statutes as amended, providing for a change in land use classification from agricultural, one dwelling unit per 5 acres, to planned development on certain lands within the corporate limits of the City of Newberry, Florida, parcel number 02544-003-006, consisting of approximately 5.75 contiguous acres, providing severability, repealing all ordinances in conflict, and providing an effective date. The appropriate motion at the appropriate time will be to pass ordinance number 2022-23 as read by title only.
Thank you, sir. Ryan, go ahead and introduce the topic.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
As stated, this is a amendment to the comprehensive plan relative to an existing plan development, the Newberry Town, Countryway at Newberry Town Center development. It basically is a request for a small-scale future land use amendment. Basically, the developer has acquired 100 acres on the north side of the property. He would like to add to the existing PD. Right now it's zoned, and its future land use is ag, and its zoning is ag. And so there'll be this application to do the small scale to bring it into plan development as the comp plan for future land use map, and then a subsequent application for the rezoning to also to plan development. Currently, as I said, it's vacant agricultural land, and it will change it to match the existing plan development future land use. Surroundings on the north, it's agricultural. To the south, it's the plan development, and to the east is agricultural, and across the street to the west currently is agricultural. But on the other side of the railroad tracks, I think is, if you look on the other side, it's buffered really well, but there's another development going in over there, so it would be residential. So that's kind of what it looks like. It's a pretty simple application. There'll be some additional, the 100 feet will be on the western end, will be used primarily, I guess, for the additional commercial area, and then along the eastern, middle and the eastern portion be used for residential. Although we haven't seen plans on that yet, that could be a strip of all residential. Based on one of the other changes we'll talk about. We have reviewed the application and concur with the applicant's stated analysis regarding the consistency with the comprehensive plan. In addition, staff supports the included analysis on urban sprawl, that this would not constitute urban sprawl as defined by state statutes. May 2nd, the Planning and Zoning Board voted unanimously to recommend the City Commission approve Ordinance 2022-23, CPA 2022-02.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions? Yeah. Commissioner Mason.
Has a developer indicated what his plans are on that 5.7 acres?
Mr. Mayor, that will actually be better defined on the LDR, the subsequent LDR to rezone it to plan development. The future land use just changes the what can be done in the general sense. The rezoning will be where it's explained, but in general, one of the changes to the development order on the zoning side addresses the addition of tiny home area. Currently, there's no tiny homes allowed in the development order, and so the development order amendment requests the addition of the ability to use to build some tiny homes in there.
That's nice.
Which our tiny home ordinance also allows for tiny home development within a planned development.
How many total residential units are approved in the original plan?
300, sorry, I cut you off.
You're fine.
365, and actually, this would not increase that because at build-out currently, he'll be under that 365, and so they have not applied to expand on the density. They'll stay within the original approved density. This gives them a little bit more room to work with to add some additional units.
Sweet. So is the residential getting bigger or the commercial?
I believe there's an element of both.
Both?
Yes.
Nice.
Although, again, It's not bigger in the sense that they're asking for more than they were already approved for under the original development order. It's just allowing them to build up to the originally approved development order density.
Okay, any other questions? If not, then we've already read it into the ordinance, or into the record. Anybody want to make a motion?
I sure do. Motion.
We have a motion for approval from Commissioner Maison.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Martin. Any comments or questions on the motion on the floor from the dais? Public comments or questions on the motion on the floor? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passed unanimously. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move into a quasi-judicial hearing at this point when this body ceases to be a legislative and they start to be judicial. They have a different set of rules that they have to adhere to, and we're going to explain that procedure right now. The primary rule that we must follow concerns testimony, and the substantial and competent evidence standard must be met when the judicial board makes a decision. And the standard states the following, quote, all public testimony will be taken under oath. Everyone testifying will be subject to cross-examination. All documents and exhibits shall be entered into evidence. The giving opinion testimony is limited to experts. Closing arguments will be limited to the evidence of record. We're going to ask the city attorney to read into the record the ordinance or resolution. Tonight it's an ordinance by title and number, and go ahead and do that now, sir, if you would.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. This is an ordinance of the City of Newberry, Florida, pursuant to Article 4 of the City of Newberry Land Development Regulations as amended, relating to the amendments of the adopted preliminary development order number 10-8 and the associated developers agreement pursuant to an application by the property owner of said acreage to amend the country way at Newberry Town Square Planned Development PD, amending total acreage and the mix of permitted residential uses on certain lands within the corporate limits of the City of Newberry, Florida, adding approximately 5.75 acres, specifically identified as tax parcel number 02544-003-006 to the PD. Provided severability, repealing all ordinances in conflict, to provide an effective date. As was stated by Brian just a minute ago, this is the zoning component to what was just previously done. The appropriate motion will be to pass ordinance number 2022-24 upon first reading by title only.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to ask the attorney or the clerk to swear everybody in a minute. We have two quasi-judicials on the docket tonight. If you're here to speak to either of them, if you think you might speak, don't know if you're going to speak, maybe speak, please stand up now. The clerk is going to swear you in, and she'll go right around the room. Madam Clerk. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we begin, we're going to need to disclose any ex parte communications and disclose whether any member physically inspected the property. Ex parte communications are any conversations or transmission of information that may have bearing or influence on any voting member's decision. Commissioner Maison?
No, sir.
Commissioner Martin?
No, sir.
Commissioner Farnsworth?
I have none.
Commissioner Clark?
None.
Commissioner Coleman?
None.
Thank you, gentlemen. Again, I'm a non-voting mayor, so I didn't have any as well. I'm going to explain the order of presentations that we will follow for every quasi-judicial item that's before us tonight. First, we're going to hear from staff with an overview, then the applicant has the opportunity to present with no time limit. Staff will give their report and recommendation. They also don't have a time limit. I've not been contacted by anybody wishing to claim a third-party intervener status on either of the procedures tonight. So that's going to move us to public comment. Any member of the public will have 3 minutes to speak to this agenda item. Then the applicant can cross-examine, staff can cross-examine, member decision-making body through the chair can ask questions of the staff or the applicant. Then we'll hear final arguments from the applicant and the staff. City attorney will advise decision-making bodies as applicable law. Then we'll deliberate, and after deliberations, a vote will be taken, a motion will be taken to approve conditions, continue, or deny. Thank you, Brian. Kick us off.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. While the applicant and applicant's agent
Here for the project are present, they do not have a presentation to give, but they're here to answer questions if the commission has any. So as stated, this is the companion ordinance that will rezone the 100-foot strip from agriculture to planned development to coincide with the future land use change that you just approved. Again, we've kind of gone over this, but the one additional feature is the application seeks to amend the preliminary master plan to allow for tiny homes within the PD as provided by our section 421-2 and 2.1 of the land development regulations. It's located on south of Southwest 15th Avenue, east of State Road 45, across street from Town Center Storage. As we talked about, currently the approved PD allows for up to 365 single-family homes, residential units. That will not change. The overall density will remain the same as what was already approved. This just gives the developer some additional land to go ahead and get up to that approved density. Let's see, after the amendment, the gross density of the overall project will be at 3.74 units per acre. And the total of 50 apartments and 180,000 square foot of commercial development remain the same. Again, as stated, it will not change the maximum number of residential units that were allowed under the original PD and the original development order for the PD. Preliminary master plan will allow for tiny homes within the development, which are not presently allowed. In the interim between when this was originally approved and the current application, the city amended its code to allow for tiny home development within a planned development. And a preliminary plat and construction plans, just like any other phase of the development, will have to be presented for review and approval as well going forward. Again, there's the 100-foot strip on the north side of the existing planned development. Again, we've reviewed the application, concur that it's consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, and that it does not meet the definition of urban sprawl. Again, May 2nd, 2022, Planning and Zoning Board voted unanimously to recommend approval to the City Commission of Ordinance 2022-24 and LDR 2022-04. Staff's recommendation, therefore, is to approve Ordinance 2022-24, LDR 2022-04, contingent upon the adoption of CPA 2022-02.
Thank you, Brian. That's going to move us to public comment. Any members of the public here wish to speak to this agenda item? Seeing none, we will move to the applicant. Did you hear anything that you want to cross-examine? Okay. Member Citizen Making Body, do you have any questions?
Yeah, Brian. This is more for my learning. Typically, these go to the state after the first hearing here. How long will it take if it has to go to the state to get approved? And if so, or is it small? Is it too small to go to the state?
Mr. Mayor? Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, this does qualify as a small-scale application, so it does not have to go for the state for their review. It will be handled just locally. Once it's, assuming it's approved by the commission, we notify the state of the approval, but it doesn't have to go to them for any kind of review.
One more question.
The new threshold is actually, up until last year, it was 10 acres. Now it's actually 50 acres.
Okay.
It's gone up to 50 acres.
50 acres now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Any other questions on the dais? Okay. Would you like to make a final argument, Brian? Chris? All right. Mr. Attorney, would you please advise the decision-making body?
For all of the quasi-judicials in this meeting, as well as the Board of Adjustment, there will be substantial and competent evidence, which means the planner's testimony is the opinion testimony that you rely on.
Thank you, sir. All right. We'll enter into deliberations. If there are no deliberations, I'll have a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second. I have a motion from Commissioner Coleman, a second from Commissioner Martin. Any comments or questions on the motion on the floor from the dais? Seeing none, any public comments or questions on the motion on the floor? All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. We're still in quasi-judicial, so I'm not going to explain everything again. We're just going to start off with the staff overview. Brian, are you back up? No? JP. I couldn't find the note on my agenda.
Oh, no problem. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the Commission. My name is John Paul Perez with the Planning and Economic Development Department. The request before you tonight is an annexation. It is 4 separate requests consisting of 6 parcels. Here you can see the parcels in question marked in red. There's a little blow up of each parcel, and we'll go into each one in just a moment. So we'll have some new neighbors and friends here in Newberry, Florida. So the first parcel, just on the west side of 235th, is parcel identification number 01806-0100, and the adjacent parcel just south of it. These are the Blackfords. This is their property. They'll be joining us here in the Newberry city, should you guys approve. Next parcel is the Fowler property, just south of Newberry Road, just before the bend. About 20 acres there. And this, on this map, you can see it's part of an enclave. All of these are kind of closing enclaves within the city, so we're moving to close all of these piece by piece. So this is progress towards that goal. One thing to point out, it does create a new enclave, but county was okay with it. The Growth Management Department, they consented. Next parcels are the Martins property, and they're adding there too, and this completes this enclave, so we're good to go there. It's about 40 acres total that they're adding to the city of Newberry. And the last one is the Brown property, and this is just a portion of their overall property, the southern portion. So we weren't able to convince them to bring in all their properties, but we're continuing to work with all the folks that are within our umbrella, but not within our city yet. And this one's only about 4.35 acres. So in total, we're looking at about 64 acres. The annexation is going to strengthen the continuity of the city and give us a clear boundary that we're working within, increase our tax base, even though most of these are currently agricultural properties, which don't yield much as far as tax goes. Yeah, voters, more residents, more neighbors. That's a good thing. All right, and our recommendation is to approve all of the ordinances, so we'll let you deliberate on that, but we do recommend approval on all 4 of them. And again, that's for the 4 different properties we looked at. There will be an enactment day, the second reading necessarily, on June 27th. After that, this will go to vote. So we're looking at primary election currently. Everything seems to be on track for that. If not, we'll hit general elections in November, but primaries are in August.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions for me?
And I should have explained, because there's 4 ordinances in this agenda item, we're going to go a little out of order. We're going to hear the presentation, and then I'll ask Scott to read ordinance at a time, and we'll vote on it. So if you got questions about any 4 of them, ask those now, and then we'll go through the reading of each one into the record before we take a vote. Any questions?
I don't have any questions, but I just know that Brown has been working to get annexed in, and it's good to hear. And Eastern Irrigation, I know you probably know is who he is. Eastern Irrigation, so I know you know who he is.
I know the
Yeah.
business.
That's right. And just so you know, we are working, it's one of the questions I have for staff, I haven't had a chance to follow up on. We're trying to work to where we get like 2 annexation seasons a year because they're an awful lot of staff time, it's an awful lot of work, and it puts us into an awful lot of quasi-judicials over and over. So we're trying to get to where we take all the applications and we kind of bundle them together, and we just sort of do these things in a more strategic way. Any questions about any 4 of these? Okay. Now, when I asked for ex parte, I didn't clarify that I was asking for ex parte on all the quasi-judicials, so let me just go through that one last time. Any on all 4 of these? You had anything, Commissioner Mazon?
No, I had a conversation with Mr. Brown because he was talking about the annexation, but we never went into, it's not going to affect my decision.
Okay.
None.
Commissioner Martin?
None.
Commissioner Farnsworth?
None.
Clark? Coleman?
None.
All right. Okay, Mr. Attorney, would you please read ordinance 2022-29 in the record for us, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance of the City of Newberry, Florida, annexing certain portions of unincorporated Alachua County that includes parcel numbers 01859-001-000 and 01806-001-000 as more specifically described in this ordinance as petitioned for by the property owners pursuant to section 171.044 of the Florida statutes, making certain findings, providing for land use, zoning, and land development regulations, the enforcement of same, providing directions to the clerk, of the commission, providing for a severability clause, providing immediate effective date. The appropriate motion is to pass ordinance number 2022-29 as read by title only.
Thank you, sir. Okay, do you have a motion on ordinance 22? Motion from Commissioner Mazan.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Clark. Any comments or questions on the motion on the floor from the dais? Public comments or questions on the motion on the floor? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passed unanimously. Mr. Attorney, would you please read ordinance 2022-30 into the record?
This is an ordinance of the City of Newberry, Florida, annexing certain portions of unincorporated Alachua County that includes parcel number 01928-005-000 as more specifically described in this ordinance, as petitioned for by the property owners pursuant to Section 171.044 of the Florida statutes, making certain findings, providing for land use, zoning, and land development regulations and enforcement of the same, providing directions to the clerk of the commission, providing severability, providing an immediate effective date. The appropriate motion is to pass ordinance number 2022-30 as read by title only.
Thank you, sir. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion from Commissioner Martin.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Clark. Any comments or questions on the motion on the floor of the dais? Public comments or questions on the motion on the floor? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passed unanimously. Mr. Attorney, you're up again.
Mr. Mayor, this is an ordinance of the City of Newberry, Florida, annexing certain portions of unincorporated Alachua County that includes parcel number 01834-008-000 and 01834-012-000 as more specifically described in this ordinance, as petitioned for by the property owners pursuant to Section 171.044 of the Florida statutes, making certain findings, providing for land use, zoning, and land development regulations, providing for the enforcement of same, providing directions to the clerk of the commission, providing severability clause, and providing an immediate effective date. Appropriate motion is to pass ordinance number 2022-31 as read by title only.
Thank you, sir. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
I have a motion from Commissioner Mazan. Second from Commissioner Martin. Any comments or questions on the motion on the floor for the dais? Public comments or questions on the motion on the floor? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passed unanimously. Mr. Attorney, one last time.
An ordinance of the City of Newberry, Florida, annexing certain portions of unincorporated Alachua County that includes parcel number 01886-010-000 as more specifically described in this ordinance, as petitioned for by the property owners pursuant to Section 171.044 of the Florida statutes, making certain findings, providing for land use, zoning, and land development regulations, and enforcement of the same, providing directions to the clerk of the commission, providing a severability clause, and providing an immediate effective date. The appropriate motion is to pass ordinance number 2022-32 upon its first reading by title only.
Thank you, sir. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
I have a motion from Commissioner Mazan.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Martin. Any comments or questions on the motion on the floor? From the dais? Public comments or questions on the motion on the floor? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passed unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Attorney. I appreciate all that literature. And that moves us to item 15, Community Block Grant Development. Mr. Modisette, it's great to see you back in our chamber, standing next to Pastor Lowry there. We appreciate Mr. Lowry tonight. I appreciate you being here tonight. It's always exciting conversation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lowry. Mayor Marlowe.
80. Can you check and make sure your mic is on? Is it green?
Oh, thanks. Hello?
Yep.
Okay.
Sometimes hard, you're talking towards us.
Yeah, and I talk fast. I apologize. I've been told to slow down. But it is a lot of information. You're required to do 2 public hearings for your application. These are for the 2021 funds or 2020 fiscal funds. And I say that because they awarded the 2019 funds. We had an application cycle at the end of 2019. They didn't award them for a year, and now HUD is on them to allocate the funds or take them back. So the state is doing a double cycle this year. They've told us that scoring is somewhat irrelevant as long as you meet one of the national objectives of the grant, which we typically shoot for low to moderate income benefit. Think of street repaving, water lines, flood and drainage. We've done a number of road repaving projects here. It's a $700,000 grant, requires no matching funds. And I don't want to say it's guaranteed, but the position that the state is in, they have to allocate the funds. So the last 2 years, every application that's gone in has been funded, regardless of score. And typically in the past, weigh the scores historically and look and try to figure out who's going to be competitive, because we do all the application work and surveying and everything up front, and we have to judge whether or not we think you'll be successful. Apparently that doesn't matter right now. As long as we have an area that is at least 51% low to moderate income, they meet the requirements for the national objective for the program, and you can apply for a grant. So there are 2 public hearings that are required. There's also a citizen advisory task force meeting that will get you additional points. It's not required, but we're going to go ahead and do that with your permission, and make that deadline by July 19th for submittal. The state doesn't allow us to discuss what type of project we're going to do at this point. At the first public hearing, we'll discuss the different grant categories, but really what you're considering is a neighborhood, geographically located. You can spread them out if you have multiple streets or something like that, as long as each one of those service areas is at least 51% low to moderate income. And it will qualify. So we'd be looking at, I understand, a number of streets that might be paved or repaved. But I didn't say that. So I don't think I want to do another housing grant. We're recommending an infrastructure grant, but you can't really vote on it until after the first public hearing on what category to pursue.
Scott, there used to be a rule policy that you could only have one CDBG grant at a time. Is that still in place?
That's correct. The regular category grants, as long as you have a closed out grant, you can apply.
So the commission has to choose between, there's 3 categories,
Basically,
right?
there's
Economic development.
2 categories.
Now down to just 2. Economic
Neighborhood or
development,
housing.
Neighborhood housing. Neighborhood housing goes together?
They're
used to be
separate,
different, like
and
you
they
could
go in
have-
together.
So I could have 2 of those at the same time?
No,
Still
you can't
one?
only apply for one, and the state actually will stand there and stamp the first one you hand them and say, this is the one that's valid, we're throwing this one in the garbage.
Okay, so neighborhood, roads, right?
Right.
Housing, what we just finished, literally going in and renovating or building someone a new house.
Correct.
Our economic development, that's Champions Park,
That's a separate
Town
category.
Center.
Those are available to you at any time.
And we can have, we can have economic development running at the same time.
You can have 3 economic development grants as long as they are on time, and 1 of the regular category grants.
Okay, that's my question. So that's where I think the past confusion was, because the commission used to sort of go around cycles, and they do an economic development, then they do a neighborhood, and then they do. So we can only have 1 in the neighborhood housing at a time. We're gonna have 3 economic development going.
Correct.
So we really should never have a moment that we're not going after.
Looking at and
a
applying
neighborhood.
for.
Both, really, right?
Right.
We need to be in that perpetual. Talk to the commission a little bit about this task force, because we've never done that before.
Okay.
So is this a recommending board? Is this, who picks the people on this board? How does that work?
That's a good question. and I'd be happy for someone at the state to explain it to me. It used to be a required citizen advisory task force to receive citizen input on what activities the money would be used for. And there were minutes held, and it was advertised. They then made it an option. It's 10 points if you have your citizen advisory task force meet before your first public hearing, 5 points if they meet before your second public hearing, but it's not required. So it gets you 10 points in your application.
Okay, Mr. Manager?
Mr. Mayor, we, at least for the past 8 years, have always seated a CATF when we are entering a CDBG grant funding cycle. It's a recommending board. I mean, Pastor King typically is on it.
I mean, we have a Citizens Advisory Board. I'm the liaison. We haven't met in 9 years.
We had a Citizens Advisory Task Force recommend to the commission that we do the housing rehabilitation grant that we did in 2017, just wrapped up. And I wasn't here for the prior grant, which was neighborhood revitalization, but as we were researching this one, I did see the list of who the members were. I think it was 2012 or 2013 for neighborhood revitalization. They're really, one function is to make a recommendation to the commission on which grant that the city should apply for. As Scott said, the state's theory is that that citizen input on your project, and it went from being mandatory to being recommended and worth bonus points.
So how was the task force created in the past if the commission didn't know about it? Staff just...
Mr. Mayor, the commission appointed
Identified.
them in 2017. We can pull the minutes and transmit them to the commission.
On the consent agenda? I just don't have it.
Possibly.
But
y'all conduct a lot of business.
yeah. So, but the state isn't really regulating how the task force is created and its function. You just get points if you have it.
If you create one, there are parameters that you have to meet that we've discussed with city staff to be sure that you meet all of those parameters. Like I said, we'd have to keep some minutes. At least 51% of your citizen advisory task force has to be low and moderate income. And I think we've established that with some forms, certification forms that we provided to the members. It's really...
And this is just the neighborhood and housing, not the economic development?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. Commissioner Maison, you got a question?
Yes, Scott.
Yes, sir.
I heard roads mentioned. So is staff recommending a project to pave unpaved roads downtown?
For some time, we've known that's kind of been a priority for the city, to pave some of the roads downtown. We've got a list, we've got a map, and we're looking at densities to see if there's enough people. Usually I try to get as many people benefiting from the project to increase your score, but in reality, you could have 3 people that are benefiting from the project. If 2 of them are LMI, you've met the national objective for the grant.
So that's how you determine which roads get paved?
Yes. We do that typically. We go out door to door and do household income surveying and meet the residents and talk with them. Is generally how that's established. So, I'm going to look at some different ways. This is a double cycle, so they're going to have this application cycle and then they're going to have another application cycle in the fall. And I get the feeling from DEO that they are kind of doing this as an experiment to see how fast they can get the money out. Like I said, they funded everybody the last 2 fiscal cycles. They submitted because they have so much money backed up, and they just want it out to like get it out the door right now. So they're kind of just funding. They're funding whatever comes in that meets the national objective, which has always been the requirement of the entitlements. Y'all get an extra state layer of regulation. So but it's a HUD program, goes through the state, but some large cities get their own allocation.
So the grant program is competitive?
Yes, typically, but not this cycle.
And he's 100% with us.
I hope so.
Fails.
Yeah.
Yeah. Commissioner Mazon made me think about something, or your answer made me think about something. Does it have to be in our urban core?
No, it has to be primarily residential.
I know you get some points if it's, the more people it's helping, but, one of the topics of conversation when it comes to these kinds of programs recently has been, how does, if I've got 20 houses on a dirt road, how do they ever qualify for any of this kind of help, right? And so the equity of moving these programs around, because we have a lot of dirt roads in Newberry that have 20 or 30 houses on them. I would venture to guess those folks probably meet that criteria. How would they actually stand a chance if we said, hey, we want to pave, Watermelon Pond Road, which is partially owned by the state. I don't know how many people live down Watermelon Pond Road.
3.
And I know we were looking at some right-of-way for the railroad.
I'm just using that example. I'm not advocating. I'm just.
And I have limited experience, but in our past conversations with Scott, that the density or lack of density on those roads is what's killing us. We benefit from having the higher density in our downtown district, and you'll remember when we did our roads assessments, maybe been 4 or 5 years ago, we had that conversation with the commission and broke apart the rural unpaved roads from the downtown unpaved roads specifically for this opportunity when it got here.
Okay. We all know a couple of projects in their downtown urban core that would elevate to the top of this body's list, which is why I'm asking about the task force, because sometimes you get a task force and they want to do one thing, and the commission has clearly said, hey, we got priorities, because these guys have been listening to people complain a lot longer, right?
I understand.
So I'm just curious about the task force, just to make sure there's an alignment between.
The task force is there to get input from the citizens, and you're able to do with that what you want.
Okay. And it would be a recommendation, not a
recommendation for how they think
empowered.
it should be used. Exactly. They have no formal authority.
Okay. And I should say, the housing one that we just finished, rave reviews, and I've got a list of 20 people who want to know when that's going to happen again, right? The roads are important, infrastructure is important as well. How long? The housing took about a year from start to finish, 18 months maybe, from application. Road infrastructure, same timeline?
Yeah, we typically, they have started doing a 30-month period, but we typically close them out within 18 to 24 months.
Okay. So if we go with infrastructure, then when people call us and say, hey, when's the next housing coming through, you're 24 months out from really having the opportunity to engage in that and apply for it, right? If everything goes well.
And we have some housing assistance programs that they can go to directly.
That are separate.
Through the state, yes.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions about this, Commissioner Mazon?
Yeah. We get points on our application for having the Citizen Advisory Task Force.
Yes, sir.
Does it hurt us if that task force recommends a program and the commission decides to go the other way?
No.
Or a different route?
No. I've only seen it be an issue if it's very vocal.
Scott, so if the money's available and it's ready to be pushed out the door and the deadline's July 19th?
Right.
why does it take 2 years? Are we 2 years to do the project? But what if I'm not understanding the 2 to
They look
20.
at it as allocation, as long as the funds have been obligated or allocated to another community, to a recipient, then HUD says, okay, those are off our books. But as long as the state has this huge pile of money.
So if they have the huge pile, we get our application in and get approved.
Right.
We're not under, we can get going immediately.
Correct.
Once it's approved.
The 2 years, the 18 months, I'm talking about the whole thing. So from application to approved to construction to building the houses, because you have to close out. So if we
Then
did
you
the
close
housing-
this, and then there's another pool we start over.
Right.
And for instance.
But you have to be in an open cycle, even if we close out early, getting it done through the process.
still have to wait for
We
the
have to wait for the cycle to open,
But
to apply
you
again.
need to do that to identify another project or begin your hearing process.
Right.
And know what your priority is
Okay.
moving forward. So, and if, just in general, if we're talking about street repaving, it requires very minimal engineering, drainage, I'm not sure how much drainage or flood control. So I don't think the design would be very complex for that, and you could get the bid pretty quickly.
I think for the housing, we renovated or rebuilt 11, 10. I mean, so that's,
4 new constructs, 4 demo and new constructs, 10 renovation.
so that's, and you know, that 18,
Really good. They were good.
yeah, that 18 months, 6 months of the application, that, 12 months for all the work, right? I would say if you did something roads, you might be able to shave a little bit of time off of that because it's not.
But you
still have to
wait for that window of opportunity to open again,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, for the cycle to open,
So-
and they're not on any kind of schedule. They just kind of open them when they.
So they're sporadic?
So, yes, sir. They used to have them in May 1st for years and years, and then they started sliding them around.
Any,
Who's gonna keep an eye on those grants for us?
That's what
that's what Scott does, Armin does now. So this, we could, the task force is really choosing between neighborhood, or recommending between neighborhood and housing.
Right.
We're waiting for an economic applicant who would qualify to come forward, and that's where Brian is keeping an eye out on that kind of stuff, right? So 1, housing, our neighborhood, but 3 economic developments, and they can run concurrently.
Correct.
Okay.
Joe, and I've sent some handouts on the economic development category as well. I can go over that at the first public hearing. You're always eligible for those, but it does require participating business that will commit to jobs.
It's always the jobs. Okay. We haven't read this resolution. Any other questions?
Nope, I'm good, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Attorney, would you read Resolution 2022-24 CATF into the record for us?
Yes,
I'm gonna
Mr.
remember
Mayor.
it this time.
This is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Newberry, Florida, appointing a Citizen Advisory Task Force, CATF, to make recommendations to the City Commission for the Community Development Block Grant Program of the City of Newberry, Florida, establishing calendar year appointment terms, repealing all resolutions in conflict, and providing an effective date. The members that are proposed to be appointed all have their terms ending December 31st, 2025, and that is Pastor Jess Carter, Pastor Lewis King, Linda Woodcock, Peggy Loy, and Catherine Allen. Mr. Mayor, the appropriate motion is to pass Resolution 2022-24 as read by title only.
Okay. I have a motion from Commissioner Farnsworth, second from Commissioner Maison. Any comments or questions on the motion before from the dais?
Glad to see Pastor Lewis King.
Yeah. Health is back. Health is back. Public comments or questions on the motion on the floor? Seeing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. And that takes us to our strategic plan. Thank you, Scott. It's great to see you again. Look forward to this next round. Was there anything else that you needed to say?
For your all's review.
Okay.
Scoring for the NR, some of the activities that NR funding can be used for, and the dates for public hearings, which I'll coordinate with your city staff to get those. We can do the CATF before the first public hearing, so we're gonna meet here and then hold the first public hearing immediately following.
Okay. Sounds great.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you. And
We appreciate you.
I'm open to any questions. If you look at anything and have any questions, feel free to give me a call directly and have me speak.
Thank you,
All right.
Fowler.
Thank you. Thank you. Good job, sir. Thank you. All right, Dallas, coming to the end, strategic plan, at the beginning of a new chapter, right? Hang on one second. We'll give Scott a chance to say goodbye on his way out before we bang the gavel and ask him to whisper. All right, I think he's done. Go ahead, Dallas.
Mr. Mayor, City Commissioners, as you know, the strategic planning process has been a long one. We started in the spring of 2021 with a series of public engagement events, surveys, staff surveys, and workshops with the commission. We've worked with multiple consultants. Angela and her team thankfully saved us at the last minute to help us bring the strategic plan home. You have a copy of the strategic plan on your desk. There was a copy in your backup. But with that, I will turn it over to Angela Christ from University of South Florida's Florida Institute of Government to lead us through the presentation.
Thank you, Dallas.
Welcome back to Newberry.
Thank you. Thank you. Mayor, Commissioners, great to be here on this lovely Monday morning. See, it still feels like morning to me, I guess. Anyway, it's a pleasure to be here. I am so glad that we were really able, I think, to get you in a really good place. I will say that there's still work to be done, but I just want to kind of quickly walk you through a couple of items. And so if we could go to the next slide, please. So what I really wanted to talk to you about a little bit, and I know we talked about this when we had our workshop, but I think it's important that the report that you see in front of you really focuses on the fact that the strategic plan that's presented tonight is really a comprehensive report, but it also is adaptable and flexible. And I think that's the biggest thing to remember, that the adaptability and flexibility is based on the community needs. Also remember that this document really was this collaborative effort. You heard Dallas mention, in addition to your vision and leadership, it was influenced by resident feedback. It's also reflective of staff contributions and appropriately aligned with other important city initiatives. And so as you can see here, we focused on the vision, mission, core values, guiding principles. Again, I just referred to kind of that data collection. In addition to that, we had a workshop in this room where we talked about goals and objectives. I held a staff workshop where we helped to refine those goals and objectives. In addition to that, we also had several virtual calls held with the city manager and some of his leadership team to really refine those. And so what we have now is this community report. That next little block there that says implementation plan and action steps is really where you are. And the reason we like to show this graphic is because it really is a continuous cycle. And so that is the framework for which the community report was created. Next slide, please. So just wanted to share these. We did tweak these a little bit. These are those core values and guiding principles for your city. And so one of the things to remember is that these are those non-negotiable items. These are the things that you as elected officials, that staff, that residents say, this is how we're going to behave. This is how we're going to interact. Right? So teamwork, respect, accountability, being innovative, being servant leaders, and providing this superior service. And comes up with a great, where's Dallas? What do you call it? Acronym, thank you. Trails, which is fantastic. So there'll be an opportunity to do, I think, some great marketing with your community. But again, these are those non-negotiable behaviors where you all agree to this, and this is how you're going to move forward. Next slide, please. Okay, so as you can see in the report is a lot more in-depth, but I did want to just kind of share with you very quickly. You had 5 strategic themes: infrastructure, public safety, Parks and Recreation, Growth and Development, and Leadership were the 5 key areas that you focused on. There was actually a total of 15 goals, and hold on to your seats, but 55 objectives, which is a huge number. I don't know if you realize that or not. So when you begin to look at infrastructure, specifically, here are the 4 key goals that you're interested in focusing on. Obviously, water quality, a transportation network, broadband access, and then affordable, safe, reliable, and affordable electric services. And each one of those in the report has very specific objectives under each. I'm not going to go through those right now. I don't think that's necessary, but you do have it in front of you. And then in terms of public safety, obviously protecting your community through your fire department, and congratulations to the new chief if he is still here. And then also law enforcement. Again, public safety is critically important. And then we have, next slide please. We have Parks and Recreation. Again, focusing on community-wide events for all ages within the community. There was a lot of discussion around this, looking at some type of annual survey. There were some other things that were there, but parks and green space expansion, promoting a healthy lifestyle, and what are those opportunities? And again, lots of objectives under that. In terms of growth and development, those are the 3 key areas. And I think what was great is the first 2 kind of quasi-judicial hearings you had when you begin to look at your strategic plan, obviously fit right into that in terms of, you know, this kind of future-focused roadmap for community planning, revitalization, as well as healthy lifestyles. So it's nice to see that your leadership, your manager, you're headed in the right direction. And that leaves us with leadership, which is the last strategic area. And there are 3 goals there. We talked a lot about long-term financial sustainability, looking also at succession planning. And then making sure that there is consideration and acknowledgement that you are a diverse and vibrant community, and being able to engage everyone in the community. Next slide, please. So here's really where the rubber hits the road. We have a great community report. Dallas did a great job. I think this is something you can present to the community, but now where do you go from here? And this is where really your leadership team and you as elected officials have to take this on. And so next you really need to put some action tasks behind those objectives. And so here are some of the questions that we'd like to answer. You're looking at resources. What resources are needed for these goals? What is the timeline? Who's the champion? Are there going to be obstacles along the way? The next part is obviously the budget alignment. If these are the things that you said you're focused on, then how do you align that in your budget? How do you make sure that your budget is aligned with the direction you're wanting to go? How are you going to monitor? How are you going to figure out, right? The whole purpose behind a strategic plan is to kind of guide you where you want to go for the next 3 years, but at the same time, it's an accountability tool. And so it's important to make sure that you as elected officials and your staff know how you're going to monitor your progress, right? Is it going to be quarterly updates to you? Is it going to be town halls? Is it going to be quarterly updates to the community? Those are the things you have to figure out. And then last but not least, as part of that implementation plan is progress updates. And that's where I was talking about. Do you want to do some type of community dashboard? Do you want to do quarterly? Do you want to do town halls? But those are all really kind of the next steps in this process to really kind of close out the strategic plan. I think you have a good document, but in order to keep it adaptable and flexible and accountable, this is where you need to go moving forward. Next slide, please. That's it. So
Well
the thing
done.
is that I've always been told to be brief, to be bright, and to be gone. And so since it's late, I hope I was brief, bright, and I hope I'm done.
You don't want to be gone, you actually want to move here.
Yes, absolutely. Actually, my nephew starts medical school at UF in 2 months.
Wow, congratulations.
Thanks.
But
So,
that's Gainesville.
pardon me?
That's Gainesville.
I know.
Not Newberry.
But he's close. He's off of Newberry Road. I can say that.
There you go. Well, we appreciate your help and assistance in this process.
Absolutely.
We know you kind of came in mid-stroke there, but I agree. And I would like to say to staff that as we go into budget season, I'd like to see us start to use the verbiage of the strategic plan. You know, this hits our strategic plan on this point, right? So that we can have that continuity and remember, you know, how we want to focus. Because I do think, you know, my father's in this business, and, you know, almost every city does this work. And most cities do this work, and they say goodbye and thank you, and then, you know, nothing happens.
Yep.
And we've done a lot of work to communicate with our residents, and we need to make sure the decisions we're making are based on those conversations that generated this plan, not just, you know, what's in our own minds all the time. So thank you
Absolutely.
for your help. Did anybody have any
Absolutely.
questions? Mr. Chris?
Not until the commission adopts it.
Correct. And we're happy to help as you get into the next phase. Just let us know. But really glad we could kind of bring it in for a landing. So.
All right. Well, any last questions? Great job. We appreciate the
Yeah,
brevity.
absolutely. Very good.
We
Thank
appreciate everything else, and drive safely home.
We have a resolution to adopt.
We do have a resolution.
Officially adopting this?
Yep. Mr. Attorney, would you please read resolution 2022-2025 into the record for us?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. This is a resolution adopting the City of Newberry's 2022 through 2025 strategic plan. And the appropriate motion is to pass Resolution 22-33 upon its reading by title only.
So moved.
Have a motion from Commissioner Martin, second from Commissioner Maison. Any council question, motion for the dice? Public comments, question, motion for? And I want to apologize, when I asked for that motion, I was reading the length of time for our strategic plan, not the resolution, but Scott got it right, so it's 2022-33. Hearing no comments, all those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Brian, come talk to us about SmartGov software systems. Good stuff. SmartGov. Not DumbGov.
SmartGov, not DumbGov, that's right.
Good stuff. Go ahead, Brian.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so for last several months, staff's been reviewing and evaluating different software programs that will allow us to improve our processes in building planning, code enforcement, and business tax receipts. Basically, the only department that in that grouping that has software that they operate for permitting is the building department. We have not been particularly happy with it. It's ADG. It does do a lot if you take the time to figure it out and program it. But it's kind of an older legacy type of software that was created a long time ago and hasn't, in our opinion, kept up. And so we were looking for something that was more modern, that had more features, that would allow us to do a better job of tracking the projects. Right now, planning does not have a software program at all for project management tracking. Same with code enforcement. He uses a spreadsheet out of Excel. What this program will allow is a much higher level of tracking and management so that things don't fall between the cracks as we get more and more and more volume of applications. So it's designed to provide an enhanced level of customer service. That's, of course, the primary consideration in all of this, is to how to do what we do better, not just continue to do it, but do it better. Advanced reporting capabilities so that we can more easily report back to the commission on the status of different projects or number of building permits by different category and type. Substantially improve the tracking and management. Like I said, we don't really have a tracking software right now, and so this will provide that much needed tracking software, and then significantly improve the overall staff efficiency. Like I said, we've been looking at a lot of different programs. We saw a lot of demonstrations and evaluated a lot of different ones, And we finally settled on SmartGov as what we think is the best option for the city to meet the needs of the 3 different departments and 4 program areas. As far as enhanced customer service and public access and transparency, this program will allow for applicants, our customers, to do a full application online, pay for that application fee online, schedule all of their inspections. They can get real-time tracking of the status of their project or their inspections if it's a building permit. And they can do it 24/7 because it's always available online. The advanced reporting capabilities, it offers a wide range of graphics-based or text-based reporting that can be customized by staff once it's up and running. If you ask for a specific different type of report, we can go in and we can put that report together pretty simply. And it also includes a mapping facility, which we don't currently have, that'll allow us to not only provide reports based on mapping, but we can take existing mapping that we have from our GIS consultant that does other things, say utilities or roads and and it can be imported into this. And then substantially improve tracking and management. Like I said, we don't have one right now, but it allows us to create specific workflows. And so for every process that we have, say in planning, if it's a comprehensive plan amendment or if it's a rezoning, then we set up the workflows, and that will include every single step along the way so that you don't miss any steps along the way. You can't go to the next step before the previous step's been accomplished. It'll allow us to program in automatic reminders. Hey, you set this date and now it's coming up, so that we are alerted in advance to make sure things stay on track better. And that goes for all of that building permit, code enforcement, and the business tax process. And as far as staff efficiency, one of the key areas that's going to improve staff efficiency is by allowing all of these to be done, applications to be done online. Right now, when we get a building permit in, that building permit is in paper copy, and it has to be handed to the permit tech, who then takes everything that was written out by the applicant and retypes it into the system. Having it online, they go in, they fill it all out, it automatically feeds into the system. You eliminate that entire step of having to retype everything that's already been typed or written by someone else, which is a key. And then also, too, by allowing for real-time tracking of your status of your application, that's going to eliminate a lot of call-ins asking what status is. They can go in, figure out immediately where they're at in the process, and won't have to call to ask as often, which would be, and again, that's 24/7 as well. So. Estimated time from procurement to full implementation is about 6 to 9 months. That includes all of the customization, the integration, the data migration from the old system into the new system, and then training for staff, which is built into the cost as well. Where's all the slides from?
But you didn't let the cat out of the bag now.
Well, there were other slides from the actual software company that were integrated into this. They're not there. So it just threw me off a bit.
Brian, this kind of sounds like you're just a little jealous of Jamie's AMI. Is that what's going on here?
Well, we do have some AMI envy, but
oh, okay.
He's still got us beat by a long shot. True. So, again, the whole purpose, provide greater public access and transparency to access their information, process permits, code enforcement claims, everything easily, fairly, efficiently, and consistently, and make informed decisions at your fingertips. And so, again, here's some of, just some examples of the reporting. Some types of data lend themselves to a pie chart, some lend themselves to a bar chart, or some to tabular formation. And so it allows for a wide range of that, depending on, again, what you ask for in reporting. It has integrated mapping, and so you can very easily say, well, show me the 4 quadrants of Newberry and where all the building permits are within those, or the different types of building permits by different colored, buttons and that kind of thing. That's all built into the software already. And then, like I said, you can also take your existing mapping from other GIS sources and add it in if you want to. Staff efficiency, you've got a dashboard that can help you measure efficiency in terms of productivity, how many permits you're getting out, how long it's taking to get those permits out, things like that. It has a mobile application. Again, this is something that our current system already allows for, and so it's not like this is something completely new. We think it does it better, and it allows for additional features that the current one doesn't. But in fairness, we do have Chromebooks that go out in the field so that the data can be entered in the field already. This is just a further enhancement of what we can already do in terms of a mobile app for staff. The public portal, again, you can go in, you can apply online, pay for the applications, schedule your inspections, and track the status of all your projects just with a few clicks of a button at any time you want. Again, that alone is going to significantly decrease the number of call-ins to staff that have to stop, look up the application, find out the status, report to the caller. More on the public portal. Again, you can do the applications online, make any changes necessary. The applicant can always log back in and make amendments to their application at any time. It's already got the pay system built in, and we've confirmed that it is integrated with the one we already use in the city, so there's no changes there. They can upload electronic documents with their applications, which will be a bonus. You can store them on the current system, but it's a little bit cumbersome. It's not, and you don't have an ability for the applicants to do it themselves as part of the application. And then, like I said, they can request inspections and view their statuses at any given time. Make correction. They can see the correction notices if they fail an inspection. They automatically get an email immediately upon the inspector hitting send. A lot of automation built into it in terms of notification back to the applicant. And it'll connect to other citywide systems. One of the built-in features is it allows for electronic plan review, which is what we're migrating to ultimately, getting away from all the paper copies and doing everything electronically. It's got the a built-in integration with Bluebeam, which is one of the primary systems that is used in the industry. Again, with GIS, you can take the utility files we already have and input them in, and it will incorporate into the system. So we could all the work that Jamie's done with the water and wastewater system location and everything that could be integrated. The parcel data is going to pull from Alachua County. So you can automatically get the parcel data, but it'll also pull all of the current data from ADG. That's going to be migrated into the new system. And so you pull up a parcel, you can find every record of a permit application that we have going back to when they were originally entered. And so it provides a lot more data. Somebody's looking to buy a house, or they want to know what the history of the inspections have been on that house. And then the financial data. One of the reasons we chose this software was because they already have integrated with ADG in other communities that use ADG for their financial accounting. And so Green Cove Springs was one of them, Auburndale was one. We visited Green Cove Springs, talked with the staff about how difficult or how easy it was for their to adopt this system. They love it. They said that they wish they had done it sooner. But because it's already kind of tried and true tested in the integration with the financial service, that was a level of confidence that we had with this system that we didn't necessarily have with other systems, because we know it already works. And like I said, it's already, you can connect to the point and pay merchant service providers, one that we already have, that we already use.
Commissioner Martin.
Hey, Brian, It's already 10:10. I don't know you need to sell us any more on this thing.
Okay.
We could fast forward to where we got to make a
Almost done. We
decision.
got to the end.
But question side first, the bells and whistles you talk about from the staff side, did you look at it from the customer side, and is it pretty straightforward for them to use? And also the 85-year-old that wants to come in and put a shed finally in their yard that doesn't even bother with any of this stuff, how are you going to handle them?
We'll handle them like we do now. We'll just hold their hand and old school. Yes, sir. We'll just
Would you anticipate just being on the dashboard or the application side, doing it for them?
most likely, yeah. We would
If you were them?
If they're not able, or they don't seem to be technology savvy or whatever, certainly we're always going to be there to help them through it. And like you said, we would work with them on the application. We would just enter it for them. So.
If you haven't been over to Little Red Schoolhouse, the floors, the office space are done, and when you walk in, and I think we're going to do a little remodel on the other side, not 100% sure on that, there's a desk for people to come in and sit down, right? So I'm assuming that if we go to something like this, there'll be a computer there.
Yes,
as
there'll be a
well,
kiosk.
So that a staff could come out, staff member could come out and say, here, tell us what you want. I agree, though, with Commissioner Barton, we're running short on time, so let's get to the cost, and then answer the question, why are we having this conversation now and not, we're about to kick off budget season on Wednesday.
Yep.
Where, we missed the cost. Where's the cost at?
Can we get those?
Working on it, right?
We got $69,832.81.
I saw 150 something. It was on that.
Dump truck.
Oh, is that?
I was going to say.
I saw 150,000 there.
We negotiated them down.
Yeah, we really beat them down.
Okay. That's dump truck still. Okay, we're getting there. So while they're looking for it, oh, you're doing it.
Yeah.
Why are we having this conversation now and not in the budget?
What our proposal, Mr. Mayor, is,
It's in the backup material. So say the number again.
What's the cost on this?
the cost, I can tell you from memory.
$69,832.81. I guess that's for 1 year?
That's the upfront cost, which buys all the licensing with the core software, the setup, the training, all of that in a bundle, plus the first year's annual licensing fee. That's a total of $69,000.
And then in 2023, we got to pay $15,232.
Correct.
In 2024, we got to pay $16,146.
From that point on, it's just the annual licensing agreement, and then all of the updates are paid by the annual licensing agreement. There's no additional cost for the software.
And how much are we currently paying now?
Right now, I think we pay, honestly, I don't know. Dallas, do you know what the ADG portion for the building department? About $5,000, I think. Something like that. I don't know.
We've been paying that annually.
Yes.
But it doesn't cost that much to pull out a pencil and your pocket knife and sharpen it and go fill out all that. Here. This is smart go.
Yeah.
Click.
Like screw go, screw the government over.
So out of that 15,000, basically, 20, a portion will go to code enforcement, a portion will go to the city planning department. The majority of it will be paid out of the building funds because they are the heaviest daily user of the system. But it will be spread proportionally. And then of the $59,000, which is the less the first year annual licensing fee, the $59,000, our proposal is that we'd spend half of it out of the building department reserve fund, and then as we cross into the next fiscal year, we've got a budget. Part of the budget request is to have the remainder out of next year's budget, because it's going to take 6 to 9 months for implementation, so that'll spread us into the next year, so we can spread the costs out.
Okay, so I still haven't heard the answer, though. Why are we talking about this tonight when we're just about to kick off budget? Why isn't this in the budgetary request from the departments during the regular budget time? It's too substantial to be,
right.
Is there an emergency? Do we have to have this right away?
Mr. Mayor, it's basically, honestly, probably you would say a bit of staff frustration over using the system we have now, having to continue to use it. We had hoped to finish the review quite a while ago, but we ended up looking at a lot more systems than we had initially started with. Because there is a 6 to 9 month implementation, we want to get it started as fast as we can so we can get it up and running and providing a better level of service and providing better customer service as quickly as possible. So.
Okay. Commissioner Farnsworth?
Yeah, since it's not budgeted and we are about to go into the budget season, I think that we should just table this until later. I don't think it's something that needs to be acted on tonight.
Okay. Commissioner Mazon?
Yeah, I got a quick question. Brian, I know we had talked about this when I come around every now and then, the frustration that they've been having with the computer system. And one of my things is, do we already have half this money sitting in the building department on their side? Because we had this conversation about the self-funding instead of being budget item. It's really a self-funding item, correct?
Mr. Mayor, we have about half of it, giving the other expenses out of the building department reserves that are being spent. The new truck finally came in and those kind of things. We'd have about half of it available out of the reserves and still have some reserves left over. And that's why we're proposing half now and half in the next fiscal year.
All right, so I think it's a great idea. And correct me if I'm wrong. I think there's only one other city in the county that has a system like this, and I think it's High Springs.
No, Mr. Mayor, as far as I know, Gainesville has a system. The county, I believe, has a system. It's not this system. There's Citizen Link.
Online?
One of them.
I know as far as taking the paperwork, going to and getting it, picking it up, but I'm talking about as far as submitting drawings online and being able to do it that way.
I'm not that familiar with the other systems in terms of what their capabilities are, but I believe you probably can submit for Citizen Link, which I think the city of Gainesville uses, and possibly the county. But
okay, so I think it's a great idea because the moment I went over this with Mike, my wife was screaming why Newberry didn't have anything like this, because she'd have to get in her car, take off the start, take off the Alachua, and then I was under the impression that High Springs was one of the only cities that had it, but Tripton would probably know about that than me, that had a system to where you could actually just send drawings, send permits online, and it saved time. It's convenient.
What you want to start for? You building a house over there?
No, I'm not building houses over there, but it's convenient, and if it helps the staff, why not?
I got one more. Were you done, Commissioner Miller? What will be the efficiency to the builder? Because I know right now we were inundated, but if the economy slows down, which we look in that way, but what's the proficiency to the builder?
One of the efficiencies of the builder is they no longer have to send somebody down to the office. They can do it all online instead of having to actually pay somebody to come down and get in the car, drive down, drop off the plans, pick up the plan, pay for the plans, pick up the plans.
What's the turn time for this? Like old days, right now we turn in the paper application, we got to review the plans, we do all this. How much time will we save the builder and our staff?
Mr. Mayor, saving the percentage-wise, I don't know. Saving the builder time, paying somebody an hour each time they go to deliver.
There's savings.
Yeah. And then for us, it's not having to enter dozens of applications a month, hand enter several pages worth.
And that's if there's no faults.
There's what?
No faults, like if as opposed to getting in the car and driving, and then you drop it off and you go, hey, you gotta come back down here and fill this out, you forgot this, as opposed to being online.
The other efficiency, I think, is that, as it is right now, as we've gotten busier and busier, the likelihood of something falling between the cracks, just because there's so many applications being worked on all at the same time, increases. And if we do miss one, then that time that the developer has to wait for us to go to the next commission meeting or whatever, it saves them that time.
That's just
that they haven't had.
I'm not hearing anybody up here object to a system, right? I think we all need to know that we all need a system. It's 2022. We shouldn't be doing all of this on paper. I guess my question is still, we got 2 requests for out of budget large ticket items. Is the smart government system, is this, the clerk's office has been asking for some computerized system, same argument, efficiencies, right, meet state law. Is smart gov is that the system? Is that a different system? Would they be able to work together? Because one of the reasons why we haven't moved forward with the system the clerk's office has been requesting is because we've been looking for
An integration.
a system that everybody could use and that would work across the board. But this smart gov system, we don't know if that would integrate the clerk's office and do. Is it just completely separate systems? Mr. Manager?
Mr. Mayor, I guess I could speak to a couple of things. One, you're seeing this presentation 4 months later than it was initially asked to come to the commission, because we asked the staff to prove that it could integrate, because we don't bring software into the system that doesn't match our existing. It wouldn't compete with the software that the clerk's office has asked for. What we mainly wanted to demonstrate was that it would integrate with ADG so that it didn't cause any other department additional work. And because it's very possible for Department A to pick a software product that makes their life easier, but it costs Department C, D, and E additional work time. So that conversation started in January, and it resulted in a number of meetings to get to this point. To address your initial question, that was my very first out-of-the-box question to staff when they brought it to me. It may have been November or December. And the short answer is that, I kind of have a rule that we do these big purchases during the budget season or we wait. But our building official had just started work when we went through last budget season, and he just didn't have his head wrapped around how much work it took he just couldn't get up to speed fast enough with our processes to advocate for it. So somewhere around October, he was up to speed enough to realize that we are running in circles here. We cannot keep up because our existing software just doesn't do the job for us. I need some help. The only way we're going to get help is if we go looking for software that will cut down on staff's time. So he started looking for it, and so that's just the defense. We can wait until October, and we can have this as a budget discussion, and staff's perfectly willing to do that. But why it's here tonight is it's not coming out of our property taxes. It's coming out of building reserves. It's the only funding source that we're promoting, and we have it available at least to get out the door. And two, the sooner we get it deployed, the tipping card for me as to why you're seeing it tonight was the sooner we get it deployed, the sooner we take pressure off of our staff who cannot keep up with the influx of building permits today, and probably more important, the sooner we make life easier for people that are turning in building permit applications. And there's two groups of those. There are our regular builders in town that are bringing in 10 to 20 building permits a month for us to review. A lot of work on them. They never have to come back down to the Little Red Schoolhouse. They can do it all electronically and online. They can do it on Fridays and Saturdays and Sundays when we're not here. They can submit all that stuff. But I also believe that there's a big benefit to our owner builders that are working an 8 to 5 job, and despite the fact that we have expanded hours, coming down to the Little Red Schoolhouse to get a building permit application and get it turned in and check off all the boxes of things that we need is a bit of a burden for them when they have their regular day jobs. And so this gives them an opportunity to begin doing that process in the evenings, on weekdays, weekends. So staff respects the commission's, if they say we need to wait until October, we get it and we will not object. But I just wanted to explain why the commission is seeing it mid-year, because we think that it's an opportunity to roll this out quicker for the community, to have a little bit easier way of doing it. It's got a defined funding source that is not competing with property tax dollars, and because it gives staff an opportunity to seek relief to the influx of building permits that we're receiving a little bit sooner.
Okay, Commissioner Coleman.
So this software it's got real-time capability, so when the inspector's out there, he can sign off there, it automatically reports and...
Yes, sir. He can finish the inspection, fill out the inspection form on his handheld or on a tablet, integrate with an on-site, a mobile printer in the vehicle, and he can print out his pass or fail and post it right there. And even though he's printing that out, because you got to have certain paperwork has to be provided on the site, job site, they can always go in and get more detail online.
Yeah, the county, the property appraiser's office, right before I got sick, they changed over to a program that's pretty close to the way this is, and actually they ended up getting rid of, I believe, 3 appraisers, the younger ones, because it just was that more efficient. Not that I want to get rid of any people working here, but...
Well, you got to be able to afford it.
Well, that's true, but I've just...
Money ain't gonna go 500 tonight, remember? You can't afford this either.
All right, guys, we're coming up on 10:30, and we have a dump truck conversation, and we have a BOA after.
Yeah.
So I think we need to, I'm not against SmartGov. My only question when it comes to these programs is, and it comes from my own personal experience with the school board, every 5 years we're chasing a different program that's the latest and the greatest, right? Is SmartGov been around for a long time?
Yes.
Is it the latest and the greatest, or has it been in forever?
It's been around for a number of years. I think it's been acquired by other companies over time, and so the name has changed a couple times, but the core product has been essentially the same.
Right. And then I'll always caution, because you spend $70,000 a day. Part of what happens in the budget is we lay out everything, right? Here's every department's request, here's every department's wish list, and then we got to go pick and choose when we're seeing the whole picture. When we do these things, we're not seeing the whole picture. I haven't heard anybody up here that's against it, right? I think that we need it, but that's why we generally don't do piecemeal, because then you've allocated that money. Then budget time comes and say, well, now I understand this has a separate budget, revenue stream, right? Those kinds of things, and that's all great news. So do we want, I'm going to look for closing the conversation with the table. You guys want to move forward? We can move forward. Commissioner Farnsworth.
I have a question. How much do we have in the reserve, in the building department reserve? $1.
$1.32.
So, I mean, there's no money?
No, he was kidding.
He's kidding, man. $500.
While we're looking at that number, I'm going to go ahead and ask for a motion to extend the meeting for 30 minutes so we can have the conversation about the dump truck. Because I have a motion from Commissioner Maison to extend the meeting until 11, and a second from Commissioner Coleman. Any comments, questions on the floor for the dais? Public comments, questions, motion on the floor? Hearing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
No.
Yeah.
4-1 with Tim abstaining, with Tim.
I should have voted no
I'm in
too.
for the long haul, cuz.
Yeah.
Hey,
Well, you had a 3-month nap, so you.
Yeah, I did. Dang.
As of September 30th, 2021, you had $112,832 in your building department reserves. However, that is as of September. We have spent some of those reserves this year on the renovation of the schoolhouse as well as the purchase of a truck. I believe, rough estimate, probably about $50,000 or $60,000 in the reserve as of today.
Is that because we over budgeted?
No, sir. The spending of the reserves was budgeted in your adopted budget for the renovation of the schoolhouse and for the purchase of that truck.
So we didn't spend all the money that we were supposed to have? I mean, did it all, after we paid for all this other stuff, we have that much money left over?
So the accumulation for the 112 is over several years. So
Okay.
we get $20,000 one year, $30,000 one, and then we spend it on different projects in the building department.
Okay.
It's just been, I guess, pretty much customary that we've always waited for non-emergency type items to be in the yearly budget. And since this is really not an emergency, I just think we need to wait until
Is that a motion to table this until the budget?
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion to table this until the budget. Do I have a second for that motion?
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Martin to table this to the budget, which is starting on Wednesday, 2 days from now. Right? So it won't be Wednesday's topic of conversation, but it'll be within the next couple of weeks. Any comments, questions for the dais on that motion? Public comments or questions on the motion floor? Mr. Norfleet, I saw you had a.
Well, you know, I'm against spending money, the city's spending money at any time, but Commissioner Mazon there, like he said, you know, you can turn them in electronically for Gilchrist County, City of Gainesville, and Alachua County. And then, like I said, if the building department's paying for it, I feel like I'm paying for a bunch of it every time we turn in a permit, but anything to help them guys do a little better, you know. I know in that gym building, we were able to turn that permit, the former inspector wanted that permit electronically, and he was able to get that permit back to us in about 3 or 4 weeks. And then also the new Scott, he's got some master permit plans for us now. It's making it a lot easier, so it sure be good, especially if the building department has its own source of revenue that we feel like we're contributing to, because it would sure help us, like I said, because the girl that does our plan works at homes and she can submit those plans, even though the building department isn't far, but just what somebody was saying, she's got another job, so she does a lot of it at night and stuff, so just.
Before you leave, have you used SmartGov? Is that from your end? Is
No,
it
I've never.
user-friendly?
I don't know. I've never used it.
But your employees tell you, hey, that's.
Well, and I don't know if that's the one the city of Gainesville's using, or Gilchrist County's using, or Alachua County. And I think they're all three probably different, but it sure speeds up the convenient on the deal. And then listening to a couple of inspectors out there inspecting for the city of Newberry, talking about how they had to log in about 15 different processes to get the same thing. And then, unless I misunderstand Brian too, one thing that I thought was pretty cool, he was saying help keep track of his planning projects. You know what I mean? Because it's kind of like us getting a contract on a house. We have a real problem sometimes keeping up with it till it gets to permit and not letting it fall through the cracks. And I know the city has with all the different planning projects coming in, keeping up. You know what I mean? And that would help them keep it up. And I know it's tough on the deal. So, but I will say this, just so y'all know, I dealt with the Alachua County, City of Gainesville, Gilchrist County, High Springs, Alachua, Levy County. We won't even talk about them; they're terrible. But City of Newberry on their permits and their building stuff does the best by far. I mean, it's not even close. I will say that.
Oh my word! Man. All right, meeting adjourned. Okay. Any other public comment on the motion on the floor? All right. Roll call vote. Commissioner Mazon on tabling.
No.
Commissioner Martin?
Yes.
Commissioner Farnsworth?
Yes.
Commissioner Clark?
No.
Commissioner Coleman?
No.
Okay, motion fails 3-2. All right. Do I have another motion?
I wanna put a motion in to pass, and let's get it paid for.
tonight. I have a
Tonight.
motion from Commissioner Mazon to move forward. Do I have a resolution, right? Have we read the resolution into the record?
No, there's no resolution.
There is no resolution. We're just authorized to sign. All right. So I have a motion authorized to sign.
I do just want to clarify, we will have to bring this back as a budget amendment.
Right.
To officially put it into the budget, so you will see.
And
this.
it's half now, half later, so we're gonna be able to use the reserves now, and then we'll have to figure out the other half out of building permits from North Fleet
The other
Housing.
half would come out of your general fund because of the planning side of the house.
I thought I wasn't gonna I thought we had a revenue stream that's not property taxes.
Mr. Mayor, I was not fully up to speed on what Dallas is suggesting, that 3 departments are paying for this. So I made a mistake. I made an error when I said that. My apologies.
Okay, so we have half of it paid for, half of it's gonna come out of general fund. But all of it has been paid for upfront. It's not a half now, half, it's just we have half
We have
already.
to have the money available for us to encumber under state law.
Okay.
So when the budget amendment comes back, it'll be for the full amount.
Right.
And the other half will get carried forward into your next year's budget. And then depending on what happens with the next item.
Right.
Would be in that same budget amendment.
Okay, so that changes the information, right, slightly. We don't have all the money for this. We have about half the money for this.
But
The
we
other
gotta
half-
have all of it.
We gotta have all of it, which means that it's gonna come out of the general fund, right? Which then detracts from, if this was 100% paid for already out of revenue that's coming from the building department, that would be one thing. Now we're back to this, the scenario where if we move forward with this tonight, it will impact the next conversation we have, and then when we get into budget season, we'll say, okay, there's 30,000 left, potentially 40,000 that we'd have to, that we've already spent, right? Okay, so,
I got a question.
Commissioner Clark?
So, well, we could be here all night. Dallas, do we have the money?
Talk about the dump truck. Mr. Mayor, you have about $900,000 in excess of your required stabilization fund in your reserves. So we would plan for a portion of it to come out of your building department reserves and the other portion to come out of the general fund reserves that are in excess of
So
your.
we got 900,000, we worried about 30.
No.
You have $900,000 in excess general fund reserves.
Hang on, because I don't want to get flippant on this point, right?
No.
Because we've got a dump truck at 150.
No, I know,
We've got Larry Keene Drive, we got 15th, we got City Hall, right? So 30 here, 50 there, 150 there.
No, I got that.
Right?
I mean.
So I just want to make sure we know, every decision we make limits the future decisions that we can make. Commissioner Coleman?
You done, Commissioner Clark?
Well, I'm just saying, what they're talking about right now is an absolute game changer for the city of Newberry. And we talk about being techno-innovative and AMI coming online and everything else we're talking about. Here's a game changer right here.
I have no problem with it, but it should be budgeted. It's not something that's an emergency situation.
I got you. Commissioner Coleman?
The reason I see that it is an emergency situation is when I was at the county once again, it's not that you just go and buy the dadgum software. His employees and him they're all going to have to get trained on it, and it takes time. I mean, you got schooling, you got for the time for them to, if you got iPads in the field and those kind of things, it takes time. It's not going to be, okay, here we passed it tonight and they're able to get it rolling. I guarantee you, 6 months from now is probably when he's going to show, huh?
He said 9.
9, okay, 9 months.
6 to 9.
Yeah, he's going to show up and go, hey, we just went live with it. It's not that easy. And what I hear from the citizens is, things like this, that this is where our money should go to, not to some of the other things. And this is very important because, these are people that are building and coming to Newberry. So
Okay.
it's going to make it a lot easier.
I had the beginning of a motion down there before we had to answer with Commissioner Maison. Is your motion still on the floor? You want to make,
Absolutely.
will you make it again? Because it died for lack of a second.
Motion to pass, a motion to pass.
Motion passed for the manager to sign the agreement. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Clark. Any comments, questions on the motion before it dies?
You gotta understand it, it's just not, I'm sorry, it's just not, it's our staff. Okay, we have people that quit, this could be a pressure point for them. It could be in my opinion, like you said, it could keep staff on board. Or it can get someone to say, I can't do this anymore, I'm done. Now we gotta find someone else. That takes time and money as well. So sometimes you gotta spend money to save it.
Well, who's quit in the building department?
Not yet, but who's to say they won't?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about a few months, we're not talking about years.
We can agree to disagree on this point. It's really fine. I mean, I think that for me, it's not a problem with SmartGov. I think we should have the program.
I think we should too.
It's just the principle about how we go about doing this.
But I don't think we should be doing it in a non-emergent situation.
I can certainly go along with Commissioner Coleman's phrasing of the emergency, that it's reached a boiling point in the department. I could live with that narrative if it moves us along
Call the
tonight.
question, please, sir.
All right, I have a motion probably seconded. Do we have public comment? Any public comment? Commissioner Maison, your vote. Yay or nay?
On the same thing, yes.
Yes. Commissioner? No. Commissioner Martin?
It's getting late.
Commissioner Farnsworth?
No.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
Commissioner Coleman?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2 with Commissioner Martin and Farnsworth in dissent. We'll move on to the dump truck. Thank you, Brian. Good job.
Mr. Mayor, I just want the commission to know that I heard the decision loud and clear. It's not very often that we get a 3-2 vote. You're not going to see things that are even this shades of gray in the future. We hear you, we respect it, and we'll conduct ourselves accordingly moving forward.
Thank you, sir. We always appreciate that responsiveness. Mr. Green.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commission. My name is Rance Green. I'm in the utility department. We're coming here tonight to talk about the purchase of a dump truck for our streets and road department. The recommended action, I guess first I need to ask, did everyone get a up-to-date staffing report? Yes, sir. Our recommended action is to authorize the city manager to issue a PO to Cumberland International Truck for the sum of $158,607 to purchase a new 2024 International HV dump truck per Florida Sheriff Contract Spec number 80. Also to authorize the city manager to approve cost adjustments due to inflation for up to 10% of the original purchase price. The current truck that we have now is a 1995 Mack truck with roughly 344,000 miles on it. The cost to maintain it is increasing due to lack of reliability of the truck. We have been contracting some of our hauling of lime rock, clay, other debris and stuff like that. We would like to move forward with purchasing this. And we've had this in the 5-year critical improvement budget since 2017, and the commission had approved for fiscal year 2021, 2022 of $50,000 to purchase a used dump truck. We were unable to find a used dump truck that would meet the qualifications that we would want. The only thing that we found was a 2014 International that's with roughly 100,000 miles on it, and it sold for $103,500. So the price of the used versus the new, it didn't add up for us. We understand this is not a budget for this fiscal year, but due to long lead times, we'd like to move forward tonight with the purchase, with the proposed purchase. If the commission approves tonight, the earliest that we could possibly see the truck would be May of 2023, and that was as of about a month ago. So there could be definitely longer lead times now than what it was then. The longer we wait, the potential for delivery dates could get pushed back, and the higher the price of the truck could possibly go. So that's the reason why we have come to you guys tonight about this.
Rance, would we be able, this may be a Dallas question, but we got ARPA money, the American Rescue Relief Funds, right? Is this, since this is an infrastructure, the commission shot down my glass case for the fire truck, right? They didn't.
That was funded in the budget, Mr. Mayor.
Would this qualify?
Mr. Mayor, the Department of Treasury amended the regulations on the ARPA money, and it now says that you can use up to $10 million in revenue recovery. We only got $3 million, so we are eligible to use the entire $3 million for revenue recovery, which basically means you can spend it on whatever you'd like.
Okay.
The commission has already obligated almost all of the ARPA money with the exception of $600,000. So you do have $600,000 that has not been obligated in the ARPA funds.
So we've got the
So yes.
$50,000 that we left on the table. We've got $600,000 unallocated there, right? Okay. That was my question. Does anybody else have a question for Rance?
No, for that answered the question.
That answered mine, too.
How much are we spending on the contracts at this point to have other people come in and bring
For the
it?
last 3 years, we roughly spent $48,951. And understand this.
Every year?
Over the course of 3 years.
Over the course of
Over the
3 years.
3 years, right. And this will not, this won't completely do away with because we can't haul enough rock to do a road at one time, but this will definitely help out in the process.
What will this truck be able to do? So we've got one truck, so I'm just gonna pick on Mark, right? Mark calls and says, 30th is terrible, there's a spot right here. Will this truck be answering like repair jobs? Because it's not, if we're trying to do a whole road, we're still gonna have to contract out, right?
Yes, this will answer repair jobs. This truck will answer hauling actual stockpiles for us, haul debris for us in storm situations and stuff like that as well. So yes,
It's on call. And how many guys do we have that are already qualified to drive it?
Everybody in the utilities lacking, just a couple has a CDL driver's license to be able to operate a truck.
All right. Commissioner Maison?
Buying this truck on a state contract, is it a good deal? Can we get a better deal on an open market?
They give us a roughly 30% discount on the state contract. So if you or I was to go try to purchase the truck on an open market, it would cost us 30% more than what the cost is to us.
Another question, Commissioner Coleman?
What you gonna do with the old dump truck?
You can't have it.
No, we're actually going to keep the old dump truck for just being in the city. It's not completely useless, but for going and for picking up lime rock and stuff like that, it's just something that being on the road every day, it just can't handle that. But for an emergency situation, it's a good backup for us to be able to haul rock. If we are taking roads, say Watermelon Pond, and we're doing rock on a road, we can roll both trucks and cut down on some of the costs of the
Coleman construction thing?
Yes, sir.
That's where I was leading with that is, now you're gonna have, you would have two, so you're not gonna have to use Coleman as much, which is.
Yes, sir.
Contract.
Or Watson.
Correct.
Or Watson, yeah.
But you only spent $48,000 in 3 years.
Yeah.
I thought we were spending a whole lot more than that.
If I could interject for a minute. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you. The existing truck, in conjunction with that 48,000, hauls on average 275 to 325 loads of whatever material per year. So regardless of the contract truck, that truck runs that much annually.
So, I'm still on, right? So, this truck that we presently have ain't gonna last much longer with, if 300 and something.
44,000 miles on it. And we purchased it, we're the third owner of this truck.
So either way, we would, sooner or later, we're gonna have to get a truck, a dump truck.
Just like a fire truck.
So, I'm thinking out loud here. So, with two, we'll have 2 trucks, a brand-new one and the old used one. Well, I'm just sitting here going 48,000 in 3 years. What's that divided by 3?
16,000.
16,000
a year.
So,
10 years.
so the old mayor can handle 16,000, you know what I'm saying, the difference. No, not you. The old mayor dump trucks, what we're gonna call it from now on. Not the mayor. The old gray mayor, you know. So that would pretty much take out what Coleman's doing, or I keep saying, what
Contract.
outside contract does.
It won't completely, but yes, it will alleviate some of it, yes, sir.
Almost 3 years from now. I think we need to get it on board as quick as possible. That's my opinion.
Okay, Ranch, what was staff's funding suggestion? How was staff gonna pay for it?
That was going to be out of the vehicle replacement.
The VERV?
The VERV, yep.
The VERV. So is it funding already existing in there to cover the amount?
There's sufficient funding
in the VERV. So we don't have to, the ARPA was an idea, but it doesn't have to be.
Another thing.
The VERF.
Right? VERFA.
The VERFA?
Yeah.
The VERF would need to issue an interfund loan to itself from a different fund, and then it would be paid back.
Okay.
Well, if you're taking it out of ARPA, you could loan it and pay it back, or you could just straight use ARPA. If you're not using ARPA, then it would need to be loaned the money and paid back.
Pretty much everything that we've got already pre-programmed into the ARPA is all infrastructure. So I can see this falling into that category without raising my hackles at all about it. I guess I still have the same question that we had on the last agenda item, right? And we're in the same timeline, right? We're still a year away from this one because it's May before this comes on, right? So it's not like this.
The earliest could possibly be is May of 2023.
Right, so it's not like this is going to help us in this upcoming storm season, which is supposed to be really bad, those kinds of things. Commissioner Clark, you had and again, gentlemen, we've got 12 minutes before we're going to need another motion to extend this meeting.
All I say is, and I always ask where the money comes from. And in this case, we already had 50,000 budgeted from last year.
In the current year.
The ARPA money was given to us for a reason. So far as I'm concerned, we don't take no money away from this city that came out of any other budget or do nothing. It comes out of the ARPA money, me personally. And I'm good with it. I don't know where this other 8,000 is going to come from. Mr. Farnsworth, Commissioner, are you going to allow 8 more thousand from somewhere?
Here's the deal. Here's the deal.
I'm kidding.
I
just think the ARPA money can do good things for us, and here's the proof and point.
And here's another thing. This really isn't, I mean, yeah, it's not coming out of our ad valorem. It's money that we have. So it's not going to be what's based on the budget from the ad valorem when we start having these meetings. So, yeah, that's where I'm going. Come on, man, you know my brain in my mouth.
Yeah.
So I say that we move to approve this, and then it's mine.
And the motion, we can figure out the funding later, right? We can get started.
Right.
And during the budget season, we can figure out what works best, ARPA.
Mr. Mayor, I will need to amend the budget to allow us to issue this purchase order, so budget amendment will come at the next meeting for both this item.
So you need to
and
amend your motion. If you
to-
wanted to come out of ARPA, then you need to amend the motion to say that. Otherwise, staff is proposing it come out of the VERF.
But based off the conversation that I'm hearing, I would bring you back ARPA and the 50,000, but the commission can always change it at the budget amendment.
Okay.
Well, I think some more people want to talk about it before we do it. I'm going to decline my motion right now.
You're pulling your motion.
Pull it just because more people want to talk.
Somebody want to make a motion to extend the meeting? You think we can get this done in 10 minutes?
Motion. Second.
Okay, I have a motion to extend the meeting for another 15 minutes. I got a second. Any comments, questions on the person on the floor? Any comments, questions from the public? All those in roll call vote. Tony?
Aye.
Tim?
No.
Monty? No. Mark?
On what, extending the meeting?
Extend the meeting another 15 minutes.
Yes.
Yes. Coleman?
Yes. We gotta get
All
this
right,
done.
motion passes 3-2. All right, other comments on the dump truck? You got 15 more minutes.
You didn't want to add to it, but he's got a comment.
No,
I'm sorry, Tim.
It's already passed now.
Yeah, Mr. Martin.
I don't know. So I'd like to make sure that we're exhausting every effort and continuing to look for other options, because I don't really, if we have to bump up what we're paying for a used one to get one here quicker, waiting another year is just, the time is more concern for me than the money.
So I did call and try to find a used truck, and no one has a used truck across the board, and when it comes available, the prices are just, and Jane, we actually called and spoke to a lady today. She said that the pricings are comparative to a brand new one now, because they're just, you can't find them. Whenever you do find them, they're gone.
What about Vogel Construction? They ain't got a dump truck?
Commissioner Martin still has the floor.
My comment is, let's continue to look while we're waiting.
Okay. Commissioner, you said we wanted other people. Anybody else? Commissioner Cole.
Well, I know right now, in the current situation, with metal, the way it is, steel,
It's right there.
a buddy of mine that owns a logging company, he's 2 years out from getting his John Deere skidders right now. That's how bad it is. So, I mean, and that's where we're at here, just to get a daggone dump truck. So, I mean, that's why probably he's having a major problem finding used equipment. It's terrible. So, that's all I have.
Rance, is this like the fire truck where we order it to build?
Yes.
That's why, that's part of?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
Oh, I don't know if I asked this. How long will it take for that?
Is your microphone on?
How long, I'm sorry. How long would it take to get the truck here if we were to order
If we
it
were
right
to,
now?
the earliest that we could possibly maybe see it May of 2023 of next year, so a year from now.
Until then, we all got to pile up with shovels in the back of the truck and a lot of rocking around. Okay, still looking for a motion. Anyone want to make a motion about, and if I hear Dallas right, we don't necessarily need to include the funding source in the motion. We'll do that in the budget. So motion to approve, authorize manager to approve cost adjustments, everything right up there on that screen, 10:30 at night. Do you make a motion for that?
Authorize city manager to execute contract between Cumberland Natural Truck City and Newberry for the sum of $158,670.
With the authorization.
With the authorization, city manager for cost adjustment due to inflation.
Do I have a second? Motion from Commissioner Clark, second from Commissioner Coleman. Comments, questions, motion floor from the dais. Public comments, questions, motion on the floor. Seeing none, roll call vote. Commissioner Maison?
Settle.
Is that language?
Yes.
What was that?
Settle.
Commissioner Martin?
It's late.
Yes.
Yes or no?
No, I'm fine if we keep looking. I said
Okay.
yes.
And we can keep looking?
We can always keep looking.
Commissioner Farnsworth? Commissioner Party? Commissioner Coleman?
Keep looking. Yes.
We're back to unanimous. Look at that. Unity to the board. Great job.
We're gonna hug it out after this.
Okay.
Y'all beat us down to
City.
11 o'clock to make us say yes.
City comments, city manager.
None.
What he said.
Wait till Wednesday.
See you Wednesday.
Mr. Mayor, there's nothing on my list that I can't send in an email tomorrow.
Awesome.
Have a great night.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Madam Clerk? Thank you. Commissioner Coleman?
None.
Clark?
I got quite a bit, no, I'm kidding. None.
Commissioner Farnsworth? Commissioner Martin?
No.
Commissioner Maison?
I know it's late. Hey, look, I got one business I want to put out there. It's trailers, Newberry Trailer Supply. They sell anything from trailers to lights, to hitches, to goosenecks, to pulls. And then you can get Miss Tunstall at 140 Southwest 250th Street. That's all I got.
All right. I want to wish happy birthday to Commissioner Martin.
Can we sing?
No. And Jamie, right?
Can you sing for him at least?
We don't want to appreciate anybody else in here had a birthday in the last couple of days that we missed. Okay, and then I have two announcements. One, don't forget the Juneteenth. I think it'd be really cool for you guys to hear the essays of those kids.
That needs to come out on the calendar.
Yeah, could you put that on the commissioner's calendar? It's actually June 18th, 4 to 8 p.m., Freddie Warmack Park. That'd be great if you could put that on. I will miss the budget kickoff. I'm taking a group of kids overseas. So wish us luck, and hopefully I return with the same 6 students that I leave with. That's always the goal, right? And I had one more, but it went right out of my, I wanted to let you guys know that the legislature voted tonight at 6 o'clock. I came from that meeting to this meeting to approve the interlocal agreement that you guys already approved. So they put $10,000 of ARPA money into the bucket for campaign awareness for the opioid task force. We're going to Micanopy tomorrow night. I'll miss that because we have a special meeting tomorrow night. Or no, it's P&Z meeting tomorrow night. And we anticipate a positive vote there. And then we'll be in High Springs the week after that. So you guys have set a ball rolling here that's going to have a lot of impact and do some really great things. That's all my comments, public comments. Hearing none, we are adjourned. Don't go anywhere because we have a BOA. And there you go. Well, we were supposed to start the BOA at 7:05 p.m. So it's
I don't know what he did with them. I have pictures of the flyers. She's looking for those flyers, but I don't know where they ended up.
We had, what flyer?
For the ones for Friday and Saturday, Juneteenth, and
The mayor had them.
he passed them down to us. Oh, maybe they're in the drawer here.
Come on, Mason.
He's running late.
I don't know.
Yes, I put them in the, did you want one?
No, Sierra needed the info off them.
Juneteenth, what is
Nancy's husband.
Did they get him?
DUI, you know.
I heard they won't release the video.
That's the mug shot.
Yeah.
Nancy Pelosi is a freaking idiot.
She's a wine drinker, son. All right, good evening. Bring the City of Newberry Board of Adjustments to order at about 11 p.m. Can I get an approval of the agenda? Move. Got an approval from Commissioner Mayans. You got that? Second from Commissioner Coleman. Any discussion on it? Any public comments? All in favor? Aye. Aye. Passes unanimously.
Announcements.
I gotta get an approval of the consent agenda. Move. Got it. You got them? Okay. All right, so we are entering in a quasi-judicial procedure. Oh, I need to vote? Yeah. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Passes unanimously. We are entering in a quasi-judicial procedure. This means that the commission will stop being a legislative body and will become a judicial board, which means we have to follow certain rules and adhere to the different standards of decision-making. The primary rule we must follow concerns testimony, and the substantial and competent evidence standard must be met by the judicial board that makes the decision. These standards state the following: all public testimony will be taken under oath. Everyone testifying will be subject to cross-examination. All documents and exhibits shall be entered into evidence. The giving of the opinion testimony is limited to expert. Closing arguments will be limited to the evidence of the record. I'm going to ask the city attorney to read into the record the ordinance of the resolution by title and number. Mr. Attorney.
Mr. Chair, this is Resolution 2022-07, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Newberry, Florida, serving as the Board of Adjustment of the City of Newberry, Florida, approving an application for site and development plan approval for construction of 300 RV sites and 14,430 square feet of related amenities in an agricultural zoning district and associated site development pursuant to Section 14.12 of the City of Newberry Land Development Regulations located at 1912 Northwest State Road Number 25 on approximately 44.96 acres within the corporate limits of the City of Newberry, Florida. Tax parcel number is 01879-002-000, repealing all resolutions in conflict and providing an effective date. The appropriate motion is passed resolution number 2022-07 upon its reading by title only at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney.
Sir.
Before we begin, we're going to need to just
Here. Stated, this is an application for site and development plan approval for the first phase of the Treehouse Village RV Resort. The resort was approved by special exception previously, and this will be the first phase of development. It's approximately 300 sites on roughly 45 acres. As stated, 14,000 plus square feet of non-site, non-unit development for the amenities, including the clubhouse, the store, bathhouse amenities, pool, etc. It includes the parking, stormwater, and utilities, and located on the west side of State Road 45, right across from Avalon Woods and the Easton Newberry Sports Complex. There's your locational map there. Here's a blow-up of the actual site plan. You can see the sites located throughout, and then on the circular, the semicircle up to the top there, that big open space there, that's the large clump of trees that where the Treehouse Village name came from. The units up on the top are where the park units will go, which are the ones that they're going to maintain ownership of and they're going to rent out on a nightly, weekly, or monthly basis. And then you can see the various areas where the structural amenities are going to be located and where the stormwater facilities are going to be located. A little bit more of a blow up to give you a little bit more detail. You can see the entranceway to the top up there on the north. It's where they come in, check in. There's a dumping station if they have chemical treatment for their tanks that they have to dump. Pull in, check in at the station there, and then be assigned their site. Blow up of the central area, stormwater basin, and some of the amenities, the clubhouse, and various other amenities. And then the wooded area on the far west. And again, that's a blow up of the park models, or the location of where the park models will be going on the northern end of the circular loop there. It's the landscape plan. Shows the number of trees that they're going to maintain in the area, and then it shows around the perimeter you've got the planted trees, either the existing trees or where there aren't existing trees, they'll fill in with planted trees. Same towards the front. There's a 25-foot buffer in the front, and you can see the, I don't think this will work, but yeah. They're doing a lot of tree plantings around the perimeter of the non-resort properties that they abut. So there's a lot of buffering with landscaping between those uses. Give you a look at some of the elevations of the different structures, the Welcome Center and Bathhouse, Shop and Laundry Gatehouse. Staff's recommendation is to approve Resolution 2022-07, application SD 2201, subject to the following condition. Prior to the issuance of building permit, applicant shall obtain approval from the of a fire hydrant plan from the City of Newberry Fire Department. We've been working with the engineer on this, and they're close, but we're not able to completely finalize the fire hydrant plan. And so talking with Chief Buckner, he approved of this condition being included. So before they can pull any building permits, they would still have to have that plan approved. And what it really kind of boiled down to was interpreting. Normally it's fairly simple to interpret the fire code in terms of the distance of the spacing of the hydrants. It's a little bit different in here, the way the configuration's laid out. And so just figuring out where they need to go to meet the distance requirements so that they have adequate fire coverage if they had an event, in terms of how far the hoses that the fire crew carries and that kind of thing. So they just need a little bit more time to work that out. But again, the fire chief recommended that this was a good compromise so that they can continue moving forward until that's completed, and then they can pull building permits after fire chief approval. And the applicant does not have a presentation, but they are here. The applicant's agent is here to answer any questions.
Well, if that's it, then we got, there's a decision. Does the board have any comments?
I got a question for staff. Mr. Chair, Brian, is this development is not subject to the overlay that we're talking about tonight because they are grandfathered in, correct?
That would be correct. It was approved prior to the overlay district. Yes, sir.
Any public comment?
So the site plan was approved before the overlay, and this was approved tonight. So how is it?
Yes, sir. The development itself, though, was already under application and had been approved, the special exception for it. The preliminary plans, the preliminary conceptual plan was laid out as part of that approval, and so they would have to substantially change the preliminary plans that were approved to comply with the overlay district requirements.
Mr. Chair. On that point, though, everything I've seen from this development is going to be of the quality that we're asking for in the overlay district. There may be some things about the entrance and the landscaping at the entrance, but
they
talk to us a little bit about that.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, had the overlay district been in place, and this is really more of an engineering question, but there may have been an opportunity to place some stormwater there to do some separation, that kind of thing, without looking at the topography specifically. Don't know if that was feasible, but you know, certain things like that. Now, as far as the landscaping goes, they actually are. RV resort code has the highest level of landscaping requirements in our city code, and so it probably actually exceeds what's in the new overlay district in terms of the screening through landscaping.
And I think that's the main point. So we may have, you have a denser landscaping, you may have had to have a little bit nicer or like a brick entranceway kind of a thing, and there's probably still an opportunity to just talk to the developer, you know, about that kind of a thing. But this, and I just wanted to clarify, because this development has always exceeded our standards, because the RV ordinance exceeds our standards in those types of landscaping aspects.
Yes, sir.
Any public comment? No. Brian, anybody else here that you want to cross-examine yourself?
No, thank you. As late as it is, I might be tempted.
Yeah,
but
yeah. Any final arguments by the applicant? None? City attorney, will you advise the decision-making body the applicable law and the factual findings must be made to approve or deny?
Substantial and competent evidence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Have any more thing from the decision-making body? Any more deliberations? All in favor? Signify by saying aye. Aye. I'm sorry. Y'all good. Y'all should sit up here. Need a motion to approve. Need a second. What was the motion before?
And not we need by data budget.
Second. Second vote. Yeah, we can vote. Yeah, we just voted. Okay, all in favor? She got it.
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous decision. Now we're up next.
Thank you.
We're still in quiet judicial, so I've already read the stuff and don't have to do that again, correct? Good. Yep. City, Mr. Attorney, will you read to the record the ordinance of the resolution by title number?
Yes, sir. This is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Newberry, Florida, serving as a Board of Adjustment of the City of Newberry, Florida, approving an application for site and development plan approval for 29,193 square foot gross floor area of new construction building V5, consisting of 13,194 square feet of first floor commercial center with a 15,999 square foot second floor for 12 residential apartments and associated site development, including parking and utilities, pursuant to Section 14.12 of the City of Newberry Land Development Regulations, located in the Newberry Town Square, Town Center at the Square at Country Way on a portion of approximately 8.53 plus or minus acres within the corporate limits of the city of Newberry, Florida, on a portion of parcel number 02544-003-000, repealing all resolutions in conflict, providing an effective date. The appropriate motion is to pass Resolution 2022-08 as read by title only.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney.
Sir.
We've already sworn in everybody for both quasis. We've already did ex parte for both quasis. At this point, staff.
All right, so like Mr. Attorney said, the bottom floor would be commercial use and the second floor would be 12 residential apartments. This is Building 5 of the Square at Country Way, and this is the southern side of the square there, north of the main entrance road on Southwest 18th Road. And there's the full master plan, and you can see where Building 5 will go. And again, a closer view. At May 2nd, Planning and Zoning, the board voted unanimously to recommend to the commission approval of the resolution. Staff also recommends approval, and the applicant and his agent are here tonight if they have anything to add. That's it.
Is that it?
That's it, Building 5.
So that, the applicant don't wish to make no presentation, we're good. Any public comments? There ain't no third-party intervener? You wish to cross-examine yourself? No, we're good there. Members of the decision-making body, do you have any questions for the staff?
When is the build-out?
Do what?
When is the build-out? Like, when will it be done?
Next week.
And the reason I'm asking is, what are we going to do about the Woodland Festival?
Okay. So, no final arguments from the applicant? None, or the staff? City attorney, will you advise the decision-making body as to the applicable law and the factual findings that must be made to approve or deny?
Substantial and competent evidence.
Decision-making board, do y'all have any questions for the staff?
Love you guys.
Can I get a motion?
Motion.
That's a motion. Does that mean good?
That's good.
Oh, that's good. Motion.
Can you put the recommended action?
Motion
Yes.
for Commissioner Mason. Second. Second from Commissioner Martin. All in favor?
Aye.
Again? Public comments? None? Okay, just to the camera. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimous.
The camera.
And that is it.
One of
Comments.
Oh, comment, public comment?
Mr. Chair, I'll be brief, but I think this is important. We've had a track record in the last year of hiring some outstanding team members, and I'm super proud of that. We also do our absolute best to retain our best and brightest. In this instance, someone's dream job is preventing us from retaining one of our best and brightest. So I just wanted to advise the commission, Elena, this is her last meeting with you guys. She's got one more day of work tomorrow. She's going to present to the Planning and Zoning Board, and then she has taken what she classifies as her dream job. There's nothing you could do to talk her out of it. So it's really bittersweet. I have tried to talk her out of it. I've threatened her. Everything we can think of. It hasn't stuck. And she could tell you about it if you have time, but I just wanted to tell you she's leaving. We're going to miss her greatly. She's had a really big impact on us in 8 months, and really sad to see her go.
Where was that $20,000 raise?
It's because we didn't give her a desk. She had a kiosk. That was the problem right there, right? Now, you know that I have to rescind all my letters of recommendation back from high school, right, if you leave us. All right. Well, good luck to you. We are going to miss you.
They asked for comments.
My comment.
City manager? Oh, go ahead.
It's been a pleasure. I've really enjoyed this opportunity. This is my hometown, and I'm not going anywhere because my parents are still here. And I'm going. Everybody wants to go home. But I'm going to be an architectural historian for a private firm, a cultural resource management firm. So I'll be getting to use my master's degree all the time. And yeah.
Crash and burn.
Okay. As long as I'm still welcome, I'll come back if that happens. All right. Well, thank you all.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. City manager? No. Nothing? City clerk? City attorney? Mayor? Commissioner Goldman? No. Commissioner Magon? No. Commissioner Martin? Commissioner Farquhar? I ain't got anything.